All right, everybody, we're starting slow today. A little bit of singing bowls. All right. Well, at long last, I am happy to announce that we have the pyramid timeline slides. This is a very complex subject. I'm David Wilcock. This is the Great Awakening, and this is our 5th weekly module, which probably will last somewhere between 4 and 5 hours, as the others have. There's no lack of slides this week. So much to talk about, so much going on in the world right now, and I'm glad that you are here with me, and I'm glad that you're participating in this class. This is a big deal for us. We are really trying to lay out as many specifics as possible in how this whole thing works, and we are bringing you new information. And my work, as we've been going through these previous modules, is focused on Ascension, and it's focused on prophecies of Ascension. Now, the Ascension model that I present has different facets. There's an aspect of this where we are changing over time, and we are transforming ourselves through consciousness, through meditation, through advanced studies. And so that's one aspect of how this is all working. And then there's other aspects of this whole transitional process we're going through that are energetic in nature and are strictly not related to anything except the position of the Earth and the solar system in our galaxy. And in previous modules, we talked about the amazing phenomenon of this solar flash that did actually take place on Proxima Centauri, our closest neighbor of any legitimate size. And that star, which is part of the Alpha Centauri system, actually got 1,000 times brighter than normal for 10 seconds. And it was seen in May 2016, which, if you account for the speed of light being 4 years roughly between Proxima Centauri and Earth, then that meant that it happened in the year 2012. So considering that we're expecting a solar flash and that the sources that we've been talking about predict that this energetic event will take place in 2012 or thereabouts, and that the closest star to us has to happen in 2012, that is phenomenal. So yes, the ancient prophecies, and I'll probably bring in some of those slides in the final week's module. The ancient prophecies do make it very clear that we are expecting the sun to give off some type of big flash. It will be very bright. It will be extremely energized. It will shoot out a whole lot of debris into the solar system, and it actually does dramatically increase the heat as well, to such a degree that in the conventional view, and this includes the view of like the secret government, the cabal, the secret space program, they don't really see this as anything other than a catastrophic event, and they're looking at us as really not being prepared for it. They have a limited number of underground and off-planet bases that they think could go through it, but they really don't know if we're going to survive this or not. Now, that is not what the prophecies all tell us. The prophecies very consistently tell us that we will be transformed by this event, but that it is not a negative, that it's actually a positive, transfiguring event for all of humanity. So that is something that is subject to your own belief systems and your own interpretations. I think there is an intrinsic bias that we have as humans that we're not going to get that much of a change in our reality. You know, I think everybody assumes that reality is just going to stay the same, that things stay consistent, that nothing really changes that much. The prophecies do not tell us that. The prophecies tell us expect huge, huge transfigurations expect enormous change, expect major transformative catalytic activity. So we've talked extensively about this throughout this class, and I showed you the work of the remote viewer, Dr. Courtney Brown, and how he published this book, Cosmic Voyage. It came out in January 1st, 1996, and that I read this book immediately before I started to read The Law of One. And in this book, as I showed you in previous modules, he talks about the idea that the whole entire population of Earth, or at least some percentage of it didn't seem like it was the whole population, but some percentage of the population of Earth gets moved by what appear to be some type of extraterrestrial beings to actually Alpha Centauri, which, as we see, they've already had a solar flash on Proxima Centauri. He saw that it was the Alpha Centauri system, and the idea was that there were Americans with typical American clothing, and he confirmed that they had come from Earth, but they had been transplanted to another planet. We talked about the Law of One material and how both the populations of Mars and the alleged exploded planet Maldek had to be relocated to the Earth after this happened, and that there was a genetic process where this takes place. The genetic process involves a contact experience. Most would probably call that abduction. However, and this is going to be in the final week's module when we go there, there's not any type of consensus about abductions being negative and bad. They actually, for the most part, appear to be good. There does appear to be a benevolent process involved in this regarding the storage of genetic samples of all humans on Earth so that they can clone us out with new bodies and then splice us into those bodies and we don't even realize that anything has happened. When those people got transported to Alpha Centauri in Dr. Courtney Brown's vision, he also clarified that they had had genetic adjustments. It was utterly astonishing to me to see the Law of One talk about exactly the same thing, that people from Mars had been transported to Earth and that their DNA had gone through genetic adjustments. This planet hopping method apparently is how the angelic ETs are able to keep us from, repeating too many lessons and having to start over with a whole new genetic population. They'd rather use the people and their DNA and just move you from one planet to another if you don't go through this solar flash. So if you don't ascend at the end of the solar flash. So they did also say in the Law of One, we reviewed this, that everyone gets an ascension experience at the end of the cycle, whether you're ready or not. Everybody goes somewhere. So it said all are harvested regardless of their progress at the end of the cycle. That's a Law of One quote. So with that in mind, it's really, really crazy, because how did this happen? How did we get to a point where the planet is going to go splitting off in different directions and only the people who are truly of the highest caliber service to others, where you're at least 51% focused on positivity and love and forgiveness and helping other people rather than evil, self-serving behavior, manipulation, control, jealousy, all that kind of negative emotion stuff is not going to get you through this transition. Now, if you do make it through the transition, if you can stay with the Earth as it's born into fourth density, then supposedly within a relatively short time, you'll be able to have the ability to do superhero level miracles equivalent to that of Jesus. In John 14:12, one of the most important Bible quotes, Jesus said, "As I do these things," meaning all the miracles, transforming a single loaf of bread and a single fish into enough food to feed 5,000 people. That's some sort of telekinetic cloning that he was apparently doing there. Walking on water, raising Lazarus from the dead. These are very, very significant abilities, and there are other accounts in other religious texts of similar things, like in the Hindu Vedas. There's reports of truly phenomenal avataric skills that, like the Kalki superhuman avatar will have at the end of the age. And I probably am going to run through some of those prophecies in the final module as well, because they are so important and it really does provide a glue that ties everything together. So, look, what I'm saying is if you are going to hit this thing with a wet sneaker and try not to really get into what it's saying, then this is not a cult, okay, and it's certainly not a death cult. This is just an analysis of the actual prophecies that we get from 35 different ancient spiritual traditions around the world, and then how it combines with the law of one, and now other sources that we're bringing in, like the remote viewing of Dr. Courtney Brown. You can get all mad at me. You can blame me for this message. Some people apparently are getting ready to do that. We are anticipating the possibility of a mainstream media attack article against me and against Corey Goode that may be coming out. If that does happen, we will be fighting back pretty strongly, so you guys should be aware of that. We did get a threatening letter from a mainstream media entity that was as if I was being deposed in a court, but guess what? You actually have to hire a lawyer and you actually have to file a lawsuit if you want to accuse me of this stuff, you guys. So we are going to expose you if you move forward, and we are going to expose a lot more of this than you might think we will. So buckle your seatbelt, because you're not going to like it. So I hope they don't do that. But the letter that we got was incredibly hostile. It happened right during the full moon, right on the date, the exact time of ritual significance for Luciferians. We didn't miss that part, you guys, and we are not happy about the threats that you made to us in this letter, because, okay, yeah, I have a house in Colorado and I'm renting a house in California. That's true. We do have a firm in Las Vegas called Corporate Capital, which is how we pay our taxes correctly. I'm not even going to get into all this. It's so ridiculous. How could I have a cult if there's no way to join and if there's no members, right? You can't come and hang out with me in my house. I don't have private gatherings except for a couple conferences a year. You get to meet me at the end, but that's like 30 seconds to a minute. That's not a cult. So we're just trying to unpack information that I think is of extreme value to everyone on Earth, and that's the extent of my involvement in this. We're just trying to share information with you, but there's always people who try to take everything out of context, and in some cases do so with incredible hostility, malice, death threats, harassment, buying a gun in somebody else's name, and where's the gun now? We don't know where the gun is. There's all this stuff going on right now. It's really horrible. And there's federal authorities involved in this, and it is a organized crime case. If you're looking at a RICO case, R-I-C-O, that is Racketeering Influenced Corrupt Organizations Act. And until we are not being actively stalked and threatened with death and threatened with reputation destruction, and now the making good on the threats of blackmail and extortion that we got, that this article maybe is going to go out, which is loaded with absolute lies. We know this for a fact because we saw the draft of some of the accusations that were going to go in, and it was all lies. So yeah, you guys want to go ahead and move forward on that? That's fine. You want to give us a deadline of Monday? That's fine. But you know what? It's not going to hurt us, and if you write this article, all it's going to do is produce more support. That's one of the things you guys don't understand. If the mainstream media attacks me, it only makes our audience and base even more supportive. Did you know, for example, that right now Congress is trying to pass a bill that is going to allow $100 billion that's going to go towards paying them to be able to come to your house at random, uninvited, come into your house, test you for COVID-19, and if they think that you pass, which again, they've already tested things like completely inanimate, non-human tissue, and then it tests positive for COVID-19. So if they test you for COVID-19, this bill allows them to forcibly remove you from your house and put you into a quarantine. So think about that. They are trying to ram a bill through Congress right now that gives them $100 billion under the guise of protecting people's health, $100 billion allocation towards being able to bust into your house and arrest you for what could be a false positive test, take you away from your family, take you away from your kids. And you know what's probably going to happen is that everybody that the cabal doesn't like, everybody that's opposing them, that's on the so-called red list. They just come and get you. And guess what the name of the bill is? It's H.R. 6666. That's right, you can look that up. It was put on the public record as of May 1st. It was pointed out by Dr. Rashid Buttar, who was working with Mickey Willis, who did the Plandemic documentary. And there are articles out there now, just like the one that they might be getting ready to drop on me, attacking the star of that video, Dr. Judy Mikovits. If you haven't seen Plandemic, it's about a 22-minute video. It is absolutely amazing. Dr. Judy just rips them apart. And so there are articles out there, which I'll probably be doing a video on this, about how YouTube is protecting you by deleting every version of this video that comes out. And I saw one that had 1.2 million. The other one had like 6 million. They've all been taken down. Anybody who re-uploads it, you're going to lose your channel. It's really, really serious stuff. And what does the video say? It says that it's an engineered virus. It couldn't be man-made. It says that if you breathe on a ventilator, that it's actually going to make it worse because you're recirculating the virus back into your lungs. Masks actually make it worse, recirculating it back into your lungs. There's all kinds of stuff that it says. There's multiple examples of doctors coming forward and saying, we don't understand why in the world we're telling people to quarantine. This doesn't even make any sense. You know, and China, apart from Wuhan, was only down for 16 days. This is about trying to sway the election. This is about who gets to run the most powerful country in the world and control the most powerful military in the world and have access to the most powerful wealth in the world. It all boils down to the American election, and it is really, really sad that everybody is having to fight this thing right now. And the mainstream media has targeted, for example, that documentary Out of Shadows. Last I looked, it was 7 million views. I'm sure it's even more than that now. For some reason, the original one is still up. You can actually watch the original. But Plandemic, they took that down immediately. And the main feature in the other documentary was Liz Crokin. She was one of the main journalists, and now I'm seeing incredibly evil mainstream media attack articles against her as well. So do the math, folks. They're attacking Dr. Judy. They're attacking Liz Crokin. They're taking down these videos, and now we get this incredibly evil, hostile, threatening letter that showed up right in the middle of the full moon at a ritually significant time for Luciferians, where they are acting as if this is going to somehow ruin my whole life, to insinuate that I'm a cult leader and make up a bunch of lies about me and about my family and about Corey Good. It's just awful. What we're going through right now is just awful. So that actually did cause us to go into kind of a crisis mode this weekend. We've been doing a lot of stuff with our attorneys about how we're going to respond to that. Are we going to make it all public? We don't know that yet. It depends on what they do. But rest assured, it will not be good for them. If they do decide to move forward with this, we are not happy at all. So, if they're taking down all these videos, if the Federal Reserve designed the 2020 quarter to have a bat on the back, and now that was before the coronavirus comes out, but now the coronavirus supposedly came from a bat, why would they put the bat on the Federal Reserve quarter dollar coin for the United States? And why would they call it H.R. 6666, the bill that's going to allow them to red list everybody who has watched these videos, who they think is a threat, and they're hoping that they will have jackbooted thugs who are going to come into your house and arrest you. They are so brazen to use literally the number of Lucifer, 666, but a quad, 4 of them. Oh, well, it's not really 666 because there's 4 sixes. Whatever, it's the same thing. To use that in the number of the bill, it just shows you how audacious these people are. They know they're out of time. QAnon is going nuts, by the way. There's so much stuff going on. So one of the things, and I saw a couple people digging at me online about this, and I feel that digging is inappropriate, the exoneration of General Michael Flynn. Now you have to understand that General Michael Flynn has, from the intel that I've received, this is firsthand, fresh intel, that he has been very instrumental in the alliance all along. not just like a minor player, but a major, major component of the alliance. So it is interesting that when the Podesta emails came out in 2016, that right as the administration was getting started and General Flynn was going in there, he tweeted about these children and how bad this is and that justice should be served for these children. So he was one of the only people who's a political figure of that caliber to actually write on his Twitter page, right out in the open, which you can still go and look at, tweets saying, hey, this looks like it's real and it's really bad and we need to save these children. And then very soon after that, this whole elaborate thing was cooked up against him, which has now been proven to be false. We now have the declassified documents of the FBI proving that they were colluding to get him taken out of his position and making up lies about him. They're talking about making up lies about him. So the fact that he's been exonerated, it is a big deal. And again, even if you've hated this administration, I hope you're really starting to see, yeah, you know what? If somebody's willing to try to kill the whole planet just to stop this administration from winning another election, maybe I ought to be more interested in this than just what the mainstream media is telling me. Maybe I ought to crack the lid on this and look a little deeper. You might hate Donald Trump, but guess what? If he's going to stop these pedophiles from continuing to do what they're doing, which is already happening like crazy, there's one ring after another being busted. There are apparently many, many thousands of children being rescued from slavery. This is ongoing. It's happening at this time. This is actually a very good thing. So there are other forces that we're going to learn about that have been running this operation. It's not coming from the president himself. He was invited to step into an operation that has already been in place for many years. And we're gradually learning more about this, but I think it's about to become a flood. The QAnon posts are going through the roof. There's so many of them. They're coming in so fast. And so it looks like this coming week we're going to see really, really amazing stuff. There's a whole bunch of new documents that they're now openly telegraphing are going to be declassified and released. And things are about to get really, really interesting. So because of that, my current feeling is to do the last class most likely the Wednesday after this coming Wednesday. So what does that mean? That means I have my Q&A with you coming up this Wednesday. And then I want to give a little bit more time, theoretically, to let things play out, to let the really big stuff happen before we do our final module. So my current plan right now, unless something really big happens, is to do next Wednesday for your Q&A, number 2, and then the following Wednesday at noon Pacific time for the final module. That way I have a week to assess what's going on, to do my final slides, when we're hopefully not under such magnificent attack, this flagrantly brazen letter that we get from mainstream media threatening us like they're going to sue us, but yet it's not a lawsuit. And so if you're going to do this, guys, you really ought to file a lawsuit. But guess what? There's no case because you have no evidence and there's no crime. Why are you trying to do this publicly? There's only one reason. This is the same entity that's been supporting Tom DeLonge and the partial CIA disclosure plan. They are getting ready to do that, and so they need to have some David Wilcock attack on the board. That's what appears to be going on. So we're aware of it. We're aware there's a lot of lies being told. There's a lot of third parties with political interests who have a reason to lie because they've been named in lawsuits that they're trying to fight against now, and so they're fighting really dirty. I didn't file these lawsuits. I don't want to be involved in these lawsuits, and I'm hoping that we can get this all resolved and everybody can work things out, but there's certain lines that have been crossed that are very serious. So what I want to do is get into this Ascension material with you on a deeper level now, because the times that we are in are very, very poignant. We are living through history right now. History is being made as we speak, and it is very, very exciting. Throughout the course of this class, you can go to that slide now. Throughout the course of this class, we have been looking at this geometric model of the cosmos. We have talked about how geometry iterates into the actual physical universe, this fascinating concept that this one single object is actually fractalizing into an apparently visible universe when in fact it's all an illusion. There is no space, there is no time. It's all emanating from this one form, which could be infinitely large or infinitely small, depending on how you look at it, and it encompasses all of time. We talked about how this original shape fractalizes out as the photon, that intelligent energy becomes the photon, which then turns into the first primordial sun, the first star, which then buds off into the first galaxy, which in turn then create other galaxies, and so on, where we have stars which have planets, and then the planets have beings like us, or beings similar to us that are intelligent, and this is apparently a universal design that goes on all throughout creation. And the ultimate point, you can cut back to me now, the ultimate point is to create human life or something their equivalent. Apparently 40% of beings in the universe have human-like characteristics. So we are definitely not alone, and it seems almost impossible to imagine this. You have 40 billion Earth-like worlds just in our galaxy alone with oceans, and then when you understand that the same geometric laws that make this original photon are also responsible for the actual mysteries of the atomic nucleus. The guy who actually hacked the atom enough to be able to create a nuclear explosion, Dr. Robert Moon, we remember that, okay, he knows a lot about atoms, right? Because he was the guy tasked with smashing them and creating the atomic bomb. He starts to look at like magic numbers and all these funny things about the existing elements that are not at all represented in the periodic table. The periodic table is strictly arbitrary, but there's all these other mysteries that it doesn't solve, and he solved the atomic nucleus as a geometric object that has nested geometry within itself, where you can get rid of neutrons now, and the protons become the corners of these geometric forms. And then we showed how you can actually take the electrons, and by simply making all the so-called electron clouds spherically symmetrical, you get dodecahedral symmetry right off the bat. And if you use this L number of 15, you get this grid pattern of the electron force lines that is exactly identical to an actually visible global grid that we saw superimposed over the surface of the Earth. The global grid is formed from a total of 12 points, 2 of which are the North and South poles. The other 10 were built by using the places where ships and planes disappeared. According to the research of Ivan T. Sanderson, he charted hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of disappearances of planes and ships on the ocean, found that they all clustered in 10 points. When you play connect the dots, you get the icosahedron. So once again, we have some very, very fascinating stuff, because the National Oceanographic Atmospheric Association scientist Dr. Athelstan Spilhaus independently discovered the exact same formation in 1976 by simply looking at where the biggest mountain ranges are on Earth, whether they're undersea or on the surface. All the biggest mountain ranges precisely draw the lines where when you follow it through, it makes this same global grid shape. So the global grid is the result of the mantle inside the Earth, the liquid lava, swirling around in certain mantle currents. And those mantle currents, of course, when you have the rotation of the lava on such a large scale, rotation is what causes this energetic, fluid-like substance that is really the source of gravity. As it flows into matter, as it flows into the Earth, it's creating that matter, it's creating the Earth moment by moment. And when it spins, you get a higher concentration of life force, consciousness, and actual forces that impact physical matter, such as causing the mountains to come up because it's swirling under there, so the swirls are going to push up these mountain ranges. But the swirling activity also creates the possibility of time slips and dimensional slips. When you get that energy swirling around, when you get a swirling current going in one area, then you have the possibility of a lot of cool stuff that can happen. So really fascinating also to note that all of the ancient stone monuments around the world that are built by some type of technology that we really don't have today at all, there's nothing even close to being able to do that, All of those 3,300 different pyramids and stone monuments are on this grid. They are not anywhere else. They're always on one of the lines, suggesting the possibility that whatever anti-gravity system they seem to have been using to levitate those stone blocks doesn't even work unless you're on the grid, actually. And that's a very, very fascinating thing to analyze and study. How this could all come into being, how this could all be so interestingly interwoven. But I don't want to spend the whole time reviewing. We got a lot of new stuff to cover. So the first thing I want to do, and Danny asked me to put this slide in, so I'm doing it, is to remind you to continue calling in your dream guidance every night and morning. So at night, the idea is that we want you to be calling upon, if you have a question in mind, you can incubate. Dream incubation is a very important technique where you are asking a question about your life before you go to bed, and you do it with the real key being the emotional aspect, the asking with your heart, having the emotions be very strongly infused into the question of what it is that you'd like to know. And this is an incredibly simple but profound part of the protocols for telepathic communication. I'm going to move this forward just a little bit here. All right, because this is live, so I got to just go with it as it goes. Okay. So we want you to be calling in that guidance, and we want you to also make sure that you are writing down anything that happens in the morning. Even if you didn't get a dream, it's okay. Just write down whatever you've got, whatever you can remember, even if it's very, very small. It's better to write something than nothing. So if I have a day where I don't have anything, I just write no dictation. Try to remember, as I said, 3 distinct pieces of your dream. It doesn't matter what the pieces are as long as they're relevant to the dream. Boil them down to very simple sentence structures. Get those 3 pieces memorized in your head. Write those down first. If you can get to the computer before you have to go take a pee, that's best, because then you get everything. So many times I've lost dream data from having to pee first. I can't tell you how many times I've lost dream data. Anytime you're under a high degree of stress, that's going to cause more data to flow, or more data not to flow, rather. And so the stress that we've been going through has obviously caused my dream recall to be very bad right now. And it's look, I'm doing 2 5-hour lectures a week. That's 10 hours of material a week. That's slides. It's a lot of stuff. And then getting attacked and threatened by mainstream media in the most blatantly aggressive letter from a mainstream media outlet I've ever gotten in my entire life. It's a lot. So we're moving forward, and they obviously also timed this around this weekend and me getting this slideshow ready, but I was still able to get the slideshow together for you. So again, I want you to really focus on that dream data. I want you to focus on getting it together and trying to bring something back of substance, because this is really going to help you in so many different ways. We're going to start now by thinking about these phenomenal events that have been revealed to us in the course of everything we've been talking to you about in this class. And it's a lot to take in, and I get that. You probably are going to want to go back and watch these more than once, and that's totally cool. We support that. And so talking again about how fascinating it is that the atom has in its electron clouds, at least at the L15 number, the exact same structure as what we have in the global grid. It's unbelievable, but that suggests, once again, the same principle of fractality that the law of one describes, that everything is a mirror of the whole. Therefore, why wouldn't we see the nucleus and the electrons of the atom mirroring the core and the grid of the Earth? That it's the same exact energy patterns. Well, that makes sense because in a really good unified field model, the quantum activity is going to zoom up to the level of the top level of what we're looking at. It's all going to be interconnected. It's all going to be intertwined in one piece. So this global grid is a truly, truly fascinating phenomenon, because how did all of the people all over the world know about this grid and build their monuments only on it? This does not suggest a planet of separate colonies that never had contact with each other, this suggests that whoever was building these pyramids clearly was aware of the entire Earth, was aware of its measurements, was aware of its grid, and was deliberately building these pyramids where they were needed. Now in the Law of One, we get the answer. The Law of One, they say that this grid was built, that the pyramids were built by extraterrestrials to balance the Earth on its axis. And we talked about the Russian pyramid studies in modern times showing that they could purify oil, they could purify water, even over Chernobyl wells that had radioactivity in them. They put the pyramid over those wells, and now the water comes out clean and doesn't have any radiation in it anymore. They found that they got more rain and that dry areas would start to hydrate and get plants and animals coming back. They found that severe weather was diverted, that there was like a circular vortex around the pyramid that just naturally occurs, bending the storm around the edge of the circle so the storm doesn't go through if it's a big nasty one. And they have surprising evidence showing a statistical decrease, a notable statistical decrease in the amount of earthquakes in the area where the pyramids were built. So there's a lot more that could be done with this kind of research, but we have enough to lead us to believe that if you look at it from an energetic perspective, and this is some of the stuff that I was talking about last week and I didn't really get to all the way, we have this global grid. And the global grid is totally drawn out by the actual places of the mountain ranges undersea and on the surface, right? You connect the dots as Athelstan Spilhaus did, and you can see this grid in action. So he didn't know that it was connected to the portals where ships and planes disappear. He didn't know that it was connected to a grid that has all the pyramids and stone monuments on Earth on it, but yet he found it naturally through geography. Well, what is an earthquake? An earthquake is where these exact areas are slipping against each other. The ring of fire, remember, the entire ring of fire is exactly where it should be for the global grid. The ring of fire is a fault. It's got a slippage area between two plates, as they call it, right? So any place that you have this geometry where you have these mountain ranges, those are the areas where the plates, as they call it, are pushing against each other. Now, we could argue maybe there's some other cause behind this. It's not just plate push per se, it's this geometric energy. But the fact remains the same that they are trying to move in different directions. This geometry is on the move, so these plates move against each other and they slip sometimes. And like the San Andreas Fault, everybody is so worried about if it slips badly enough, perhaps California will sink into the ocean, like the infamous Edgar Cayce prophecy that claimed this was going to happen in 1998. The Edgar Cayce Association, or ARE, has extensively documented how this was done through a negative entity called Halaliel, and that entity was attracted to Edgar Cayce and his work and allowed to have an influence and say these things because Cayce had gotten too invested in hating the people that were hating him. You cannot do that. If you're going to do this mission, you have to stay loving and positive as much as you can about the people trying to bring you down while still exercising healthy boundaries, which may include publicly exposing them. We may be about to do that because of the ferociousness of this attack, the incredible evil, and again, doing it on a Luciferian ritual significant date of the full moon. Not an accident either. To threaten me on the full moon like that, really, really bizarre. So, yeah, as you can see, I'm thinking about it. It's on my mind, and we're going to just play this thing out and see how it goes. But they're going to be getting a very, very strong letter from our attorneys imminently, to say the least. So, anyway, when we look at how these pyramids are all fitting on this grid, how the grid itself is actually where the plate push is located, where there's strike-slip faults, this kind of stuff for earthquake activity. Isn't it interesting that the Russian data shows that these pyramids reduce the amount of earthquake activity, and that we see that the places where the earthquakes happen are these fault lines, which you can see by the mountain ranges, and that the pyramids are all built on this same set of lines. So it really does look like after the Atlantean catastrophe, where the day the Earth year was extended by 5.2422 days. It used to be apparently a perfect 360-day year. It got extended a little bit because of the Atlantean catastrophe, which again is a normal part of geology called the Younger Dryas period. 12,500 BC, 12,500 years ago, more or less, is around when this happened. That's exactly the halfway point of the precession of the equinoxes, the 25,000-year cycle. So yeah, it's really amazing, actually, when you look at that these pyramids reduce earthquake activity and that they're put on the meridian lines of the Earth, because when you look at the Chinese system, they talk about the dragon lines of the Earth and they compare them to the acupuncture lines and the meridians in the human body. And so it appears that the Earth has acupuncture lines just like we do, and that's what the grid really is. And it appears that the pyramid or temple or pagoda is the equivalent of putting a needle into your arm for acupuncture, except that these are like needles of stone treating the acupuncture meridians of the Earth. And they made that very clear in the original Chinese acupuncture science that the body has this, the human body has this, and the Earth has this in different forms. So these are very, very exciting foundational principles that take us a long, long way. So where we are now is a global grid that has 3,300 different stone monuments on it that all appear to be built by a civilization or civilizations that knew a lot more about science than we do now, because on an open level, we do not understand the global grid, we do not understand teleportation, we do not understand anti-gravity, and yet it works. We see tornado activity. Tornadoes may actually also be anti-gravity vortexes. This is another thing I did not say last time. We assume that the levitation effect inside a tornado is caused by vacuum air suction. However, there's a lot of evidence to support the idea that the actual tornado effect is levitation. And this includes things like entire houses that have been lifted and moved by tornadoes and dropped off somewhere else without any damage. There was a treasure chest full of coins that was open and it got moved by a tornado and none of the coins came out. It just dragged and dropped. There are cases of people and horses being moved, in some cases many miles, by a tornado without being harmed. So it looks like the tornado is just picking you up in a capsule, anti-gravity bubble, moving you along, dropping you back down in some cases. But the matter blending effects are also very interesting because, again, this shows that the rotating air mass inside the tornado is actually causing these atoms to flip over past the light speed boundary, which in our new scientific model, as I said, when you go past the light speed boundary, you are now into a new energetic level. So, when we have such a magnificent system waiting to be discovered, it's as if these ancient beings gave us the maps to a whole unified science, the science of teleportation, science of levitation. All that stuff is there. And the global grid has one crown jewel, one pyramid that is much greater than all the others, and that would be the Great Pyramid of Giza. So the Great Pyramid of Giza is a truly fantastic thing to study, and we are definitely going to do a deep dive on that in this module, so let's get started. First thing I want to tell you is that the Great Pyramid uses 2.3 million blocks of stone. Now, that is just a tremendous number of blocks when you're trying to think about the idea of this being done by a primitive society. To lift and move even one of these blocks, considering, here's the next slide, that each of these blocks weighs between 2.5 to 70 tons apiece. And you say, well, but wait a minute. There's no crane today that can lift objects of this size. The Japanese tried to build a replica of the Great Pyramid at 1/5 of the scale, and they completely failed. And that was using all of the best technology available to us today. They were not able to get this to work. They could not get the pyramid to stay together. And when you're looking at the awesomeness of this thing, that we can't move the blocks. If you have a crane, it's going to fall over. How in the world did they do it so many times, over and over and over again? Well, in the Law of One, they say that the Great Pyramid was built by this group, Ra. They apparently have the power to do things even bigger than that, but they wanted it to appear to be built by humans and not built by them, so they didn't build it all out of one single piece of stone, because then it would be too obvious that it was artificial and not that it was extraterrestrial in nature by some higher consciousness. They wanted to be mysterious. The total mass of the Great Pyramid is about 6.3 million tons, and in order to build all this, to get the 2.3 million blocks of stone, and then the traditional estimate of how long it took to build the pyramid of 20 years, you would have to lay a new stone perfectly every 2.2 minutes for 20 years to make the Great Pyramid. Every 2.2 minutes, you're doing something that defies the best tools that we have now. You don't have any cranes that can lift this stuff. The Japanese tried any primitive methods. Oh, logs greased in butter, right. So we're going to use logs greased in butter to move 70-ton blocks of stone, and we're going to fit each one perfectly every 2.2 minutes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 20 years. Right, that makes a lot of sense. The whole thing gets a lot weirder when you find out about the precision of the pyramid's architecture. This is stuff that a lot of people do not know. For example, no corner of the pyramid's base is more than a ½ inch higher or lower than any of the other 3 corners. Less than a ½ inch of tolerance. So I want you to try to understand what that means. If you're looking at the pyramid from ground level, we have very precise ways of saying and measuring how high something is off the ground. We can dial that in very precisely with accurate surveying equipment. So if all 4 of the corners of the Great Pyramid are exactly the same height off the ground, it's precisely leveled to such an amazing degree of precision that there's nothing off by more than ½ an inch. And even the ½ an inch is probably only the result of the ground itself subsiding under the weight, slightly dropping because of the weight. And we know that there's subsidence inside the Great Pyramid. They've tracked how, like for example, in the King's Chamber, the things are just a little bit off because it's slumped over a little bit. So it's very likely that if you got back to the original Great Pyramid, that it would be precise and there would not be a ½ inch missing. The ½ inch is the result of the ground crumbling, but the ½ inch thing, as we see here on this slide, this is significantly beyond the finest architectural standards of today. Now, here's the next thing that's very, very interesting. The Great Pyramid is not built in any old place. It happens to be at the exact balance point of the Earth's mass. Now, what does that exactly mean? That means that if you draw a line north to south, and then you see how much land is covering that line, and you go anywhere on Earth to do that, any north-south line on the entire Earth, the Great Pyramid is on that line where there's more land than anywhere else on Earth, north to south. Then draw another line east to west and figure out where that line is, where there's more land touching that line than anywhere else on Earth. And guess what? X marks the spot, and the Great Pyramid is located at the exact point where there's the greatest land north to south and the greatest land east to west. Well, that could be anything, that could be anything. No, Mr. Skeptic, the probability of the Great Pyramid having been built on this location by accident is 1 out of 3 billion. And this is all, by the way, all of these things I'm telling you are located in this amazing, amazing book called The Great Pyramid Decoded by Peter Lemesurier. I am working with his estate now. In fact, they want to reissue the books and they want to have me write introductions for them, and I'm happy to do that because this is high-octane scholarship. And just to get into this story for a minute, at the very, very beginning, when I was in college and I got my disclosure that UFOs are real because a friend of mine had a college physics professor who was the head of the department, and I looked him up later on, found out, just like my friend said, he did work for NASA in the 1970s, and this professor was told that it's common knowledge in the higher echelons of NASA, of which he had become a part, that UFOs did crash on Earth, the Roswell crash was real, that they had reverse engineered a whole bunch of really cool technology from this extraterrestrial hardware that came into our possession, that they got fiber optic cables, which is a very strange thing, running light through a bendable glass tube and the light keeps going. Very strange, but it works. And then we have things like computer chips. The whole idea of printing transistors on silicon, that didn't happen before. We had vacuum tubes, and our technology would probably never have gotten to the point where we would have the internet and all the things that we do now if it wasn't for this celestial endowment that we got from the Roswell crash. So we should all be grateful for this gift that brought us up to the level of technology that we needed at the end of the cycle for this time in the Earth's history. And so when you're looking at all this and what we're hearing from these guys, it was truly amazing to get this originally from a friend of mine, and then a few years later, came out the book, Day After Roswell, the testimony of Colonel Philip Corso, where he is describing exactly the same thing that I heard from my friend, that we got Teflon, Velcro, fiber optic cables, computer chips, infrared night vision, Kevlar bulletproof vests, all of these really cool breakthroughs from the extraterrestrial crash wreckage. LED lights, computer chips, a lot of things that we now pretty much take for granted that were all made possible by this happening. So in that window of time, the same guy came back to me, because this started out in, I believe, February of 1993. And then he came back to me a few months later and told me about the work of Richard C. Hoagland, the idea of pyramids and a face monument on Mars that actually is a human face with a headdress around it. I showed you that in previous modules in the pyramids. I got so excited about this that I went and I ordered the book Monuments of Mars from the bookstore, and they were going to get the shipment, and then I would go in and pick it up when it became available. I did go and pick up the shipment, and on the same day that I got Hoagland's Monuments of Mars, I bought this book. This is the copy that I bought from the bookstore on the same day that I picked up Monuments of Mars, and therefore I started reading this, and I started reading Monuments of Mars at the same time. Now, if you look at this cover very closely, I don't know how well you can see this with where you are, but you notice how the pyramid here looks black and white? Well, we're going to see in a moment that the actual original pyramid, the way it was originally built, was covered with mirror-polished white stone, meaning it looked like a perfect marble sculpture in the desert of gleaming white stone. You couldn't even see the cracks unless you got up really, really close. It was a phenomenally precise-looking monument, and at that time it would have been very clearly not natural, and it wasn't until an earthquake around the time of the rise of Islam that I think it didn't even happen until the 1300s actually, that the earthquake knocked off most of the casing stones, and then they took the rest off of the pyramid to build a bunch of mosques in Cairo, because it was such good building material and the pyramid had already been destroyed, so they felt like, what the hell, let's take the rest. We'll get into those casing stones in a minute, but again, for right now, what I want you to see is that when my work first got started, when I was reading Monuments of Mars, when I started to read all the other books, one of the very first books I read was Great Pyramid Decoded. And I dig into this book and I am astonished at how difficult it is to read. This is not easy stuff. It takes a lot of time to work through this. It is very, very scholarly. It's very dense. And today, for the first time ever, I'm going to really unpack the Great Pyramid timeline. Now, I will say this. When my new book, Awakening the Dream, comes out on June the 2nd, it's going to have way more depth of detail in it than what I'm going to do today. But I'm going to give you enough of the highlights that you should be very, very excited and even maybe thrilled about where this is going and where this is going to take us as a planet, because it is awesome. I am truly stunned at the pyramid timeline, what it represents, and how precise it is. So just try to remember that this came in at the very beginning of my research. This came in before I read The Law of One, before I read the Dr. Courtney Brown remote viewing. And I kept asking myself, back when I got my hands on this book, how in the world was the Great Pyramid constructed? Because it's so magnificent. As we saw in that slide, somebody put the pyramid at the exact location where there's the greatest north-south and east-west parallels of land crossing over those latitude and longitude lines. Well, if you think about it, that would represent the balance point of the Earth's mass. If you took all the continents and you have the greatest amount of mass physically on this line going east to west and this line going north to south, if you were going to balance the Earth on your finger, there's my Earth, okay. You're going to balance the Earth on your finger like you're spinning a ball or something. The best place to balance it would be where the heaviest mass is, where it's got the heaviest amount of mass. That would be right where this point is. It's the navel of the Earth. It's the balance point of the Earth. That's the exact location where the Great Pyramid is built. And the probability, again on this slide, of this being found by accident is 1 out of 3 billion. So what do we got so far? We've got the corners of the Great Pyramid are, first of all, 2.3 million blocks of stone, 2.5 to 70 tons apiece. The corners are not off by more than ½ an inch, and that's probably only because of subsidence. It was originally exactly perfect. And then it's on this exactly perfect part of the Earth's mass, like the only place where you have the balance point of the Earth's mass. So what I'm proposing is that this is also the balance point of the Earth's grid, because the Great Pyramid also is located precisely on one of the nodes, one of the dots on the global grid. From the previous week's classes, I was showing you how the Great Pyramid is precisely located on the grid. Actually, I could show you that real quick, because seeing is believing. So I have the old slides here. Let me grab that slide real quick, everybody, because this is one of those things that if I show it to you, it'll make a lot more sense than if I'm trying to verbally describe it, right? So let's just pop that one in real quick here. Hold on a second. Believe me, this is worth it, because I don't want you guys to miss out on anything. I want you to have all this information because it's so freaking astonishing. And just the whole thing to me is just so mind-blowing. So here we go. All right. So once again, the probability of finding this location by accident is 1 in 3 billion. And then you can look right here and see on this map of the global grid that sure enough, if you look at this line that is going through Africa, where there's the big black vortex at the bottom of Africa, and then you look at how the lines converge, and look at that, they do converge right at the top of Egypt. And if you zoom in on that, the exact point where all those lines cross is precisely where the Great Pyramid is. So the Great Pyramid is located right smack dab on one of the nodes of the grid, okay? Which also happens to be the node where the balance point of the Earth is. So what I'm proposing is that the whole global grid has a center based on the mass of the Earth. There's one central nexus to the whole global grid, the one central balance point, the exact vortex, the most powerful vortex on Earth, because it's going to, all that mass is going to add to its power. The fact that it's got the most amount of mass in that location adds to its power. So there you have it. We are seeing the convergence between this global grid and the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid is built on the exact center point of the global grid. The chances of that happening randomly are 1 in 3 billion. Do you really think that a bunch of primitive savages somehow knew about this network of lines across the Earth, and all over the world they got the idea to just so happen to build these pyramids on the grid? That also happens to be where all the mountain ranges are located, where all the vortex points can be drawn from. Look, folks, this is not an accident. This is really bizarre. If it isn't enough that it's in the 1 out of 3 billion balance point of the global grid's axis, If it isn't enough that it's got less than ½ an inch variance in height between all the corners, you also have a precise alignment with rotational north. In fact, the sides of the Great Pyramid align with rotational north down to 0.06% perfect accuracy. It's only off by 3 minutes of 1 degree of arc. And of course, an arc, a degree of longitude is going to have 60 minutes of arc. This is only 3 arc minutes. It's an incredibly small variance, and it's probably just due to natural drift of the Earth since when the pyramid was built. If we looked at the rotational north at the time the pyramid was built, it's very likely that it's going to be perfect. But again, nobody that aligns a building with north in today's world is going to get it this perfect, where it's 0.06% off of actual complete perfection. This again is almost ridiculous, that degree of precision, and it suggests that there was a technology involved with the building of the Great Pyramid. It suggests that whatever extraterrestrial forces were using this technology were doing so on some level to create energetic effects, because the north-south alignment gets us in alignment with the Earth's magnetic field and other energetic fields that the Earth might have, making the pyramid very, very nicely attuned, like a precision tuning fork, made to do exactly the right thing at exactly the right way. So now all the coincidences, which are not coincidences, are stacking up. So here's the next one that I find really, really bizarre and very, very interesting. What we're going to do now is we're going to calculate the average height of land above sea level. Now, how would we do that? Well, this is all described in the book by Le Mesurier that I just showed you. He used Miami, Florida as the low because that's at sea level, and he used the Himalayan mountains, which includes Mount Everest, the highest mountain in the world, and K2. He included the Himalayas as the high. Now, when you do the average distance between the low and the high of the surface of Earth, you get a total of 5,449 inches. And this is the average height of all land mass on Earth, which happens to be, just so happens to be, the exact height of the Great Pyramid. Unbelievable, unbelievable. We're talking about now 2.3 million blocks of stone. To do it in 20 years, you'd have to lay one every 2.2 minutes. The staggering precision involved in this is just unbelievable, that you have nothing more than ½ an inch above or below on all 4 corners of perfect leveling. The balance point of the Earth, 1 in 3 billion chance that they could have done that randomly. The balance point of the global grid, the perfect accuracy with rotational north down to 0.06% perfect, and then the exact height that the pyramid was built is also the exact average height of the land mass on Earth. If you average out the low and the high. I mean, to me, this is just unbelievable. And the likelihood of the pyramid being the average height of all land on Earth is next to impossible. It's billions to 1. Now, I had talked before about the idea that the Great Pyramid was originally covered with mirror-polished white limestone blocks, meaning it looked like a perfect marble sculpture. To drill in on this a little bit more, they estimate that the number of casing stones was about 115,000. These are the white limestone blocks, different than the ones that we see now. They will stay white, by the way. And here's another interesting thing. If you've ever been into any type of underground cave system, we had one in upstate New York that I went to more than once called Howe Caverns. And you get stalactites and stalagmites. And what you'll notice when you go into these caves is that the stalactites and the stalagmites, stalactites coming down from the ceiling, stalagmites on the ground, they're really, really smooth, okay? When limestone gets weathered by water, it becomes more glossy and more bright and more shiny, not less, and you can see that in a cave with stalactites and stalagmites, which means the pyramid would not look worse over time, it would look better over time. The longer the pyramid sat there, without the casing stones being disrupted, the more polished it would become, the more perfect it would look, the more unbelievably amazing it would become, not less. So now think about this too, going back to the slide for a minute. 115,000 blocks like this, where their average is 8.5 feet thick. 8.5 feet thick, pure white limestone blocks. 115,000 of them, carved with mirror-like precision, perfectly fitted over the surface of the pyramid on the outside. And by the way, the pyramid is not the same height on every course. The pyramid has different heights on the levels of the stone as it goes up. They are not all the same. And there's some very interesting stuff about that, where, for example, if you look at the height of the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, it's exactly 153 courses below the top of the pyramid, 153 layers of stone. And the 153 number shows up in the Bible extensively as the description of the number of fishes in Jesus' net. It is also interesting that 153, as I described in the new book, is a geometric number, because if you take pennies and you make a triangle out of them, and you make it so there's 153 pennies on each side of the triangle, this is called a triangular number. The total number of pennies, if the side length is 153, is 666, believe it or not. So that is the pure geometric definition of that number. Now, oh my God, 666 is evil. Well, again, the negative side has co-opted these numbers for evil purposes. The 666 number simply represents the divine masculine. So it's a triangular number, 666 units of round circles in a triangular shape is going to have 153 on the side. So the 153, 666, it's almost as if the 153 fishes in Jesus' net are the solution to the overabundance of the masculine on earth. The triangle represents masculine energy. It's a triangular number. The overabundance of the masculine, the rule of the patriarchy, the rule of the masculine force without the feminine to tether it into reality, that's when the 666 force dominates. But there's also the feminine number, which is 1080 or 108, with knocking the zero off. And that is actually the radius of the moon in miles. So if you look at the width of the moon, it's exactly 2,160 miles across. Half of that is 1080, which would be the radius. This again does not appear to be an accident, because the moon itself represents the feminine. And so the number 1080 is the counterbalance to 666, leading to the fusion number. If you add 666 and 1080 together, you get 1746. Apparently, the founding fathers of the United States did want to found America in 1746. They weren't able to do that, so they got fairly close by doing 1776. But their dream would have been to pull off the American Revolution, what would that be? I guess 30 years earlier in 1746. Didn't happen. Would have been nice if it did, but they just couldn't make it get off the ground at that point. So again, here's this great pyramid, which it still looks very impressive now, but when you first saw it, it was unfrickin' believable, because it was solid, sharp edges, gleaming white blocks of stone, brilliant white color, marble thing, with the average, one of those casing stones, 8.3 feet thick. Now, apart from that, some of those stones actually weighed 16 tons, just these white stones alone. Unbelievable. And because it was hit with light during the day, the sunlight would be blinding to people. In other words, the gleam of the sun as it reflected off the pyramid could actually blind you. So the Egyptians called the pyramid Takut, which means the light. So you couldn't even really be able to appreciate what the pyramid looked like if it was catching the sun's reflection off of it. You'd have to wait till the sun was setting or was down to really see the pyramid without getting blinded, because it was so glossy, it was so gleaming. Now we have these blocks, of which again there's 115,000, and they're an average of 8.5 feet thick. But here's the craziest part, folks. They were fitted together so perfectly that you can't even fit a fingernail in the cracks between the stones. They are literally 1/50th of an inch thick. And just to get you to be aware of how important this is a tighter alignment than the tiles on the space shuttle. And they don't want to lose tiles on the space shuttle because those are the heat-resistant tiles that keep it from burning up on re-entry. So the very best of modern technology was put into the space shuttle so that we don't have it burn up when it's coming back into the atmosphere. And they want those tiles as close together as possible, but they still didn't do it that close. They still didn't do it at 1/50th of an inch. The only way that we could even begin to try to carve together blocks of stone with 1/50th of an inch apart between them is with laser-controlled cutting. We'd have to use lasers. We couldn't do it any other way. And then you got to try to imagine areas that are blocks of stone that are 8.5 feet thick, that are cut so precisely that they fit together 1/50th of an inch. But wait, there's more. It gets even more crazy because there is a mortar of some kind that is put in the cracks that is stronger than the surrounding stone. So people didn't even believe in the legend that the Great Pyramid had casing stones around it until one of the original pyramid explorers, Colonel Howard Vyse, was excavating the sand around the base of the pyramid and found some of the original casing stones were still there. They were still white and they were still fitted together perfectly, 1/50th of an inch apart. So this is eyewitness verification. You can go there today, you can still see the casing stones, you can still see how they're fit. Now, what these fools started to do is take sledgehammers and smash at the intersection between these two blocks. And what they found was totally amazing. This mortar, whatever the hell it was actually stronger than the stone that surrounded it. In other words, you hit the stone with a sledgehammer and the mortar is holding up. You'll see this vertical line and then little chunks off of the line, but then the surrounding stone will break before the mortar does. That suggests that the stone was fused together with some sort of technology that would have to have an enormous temperature, well above 1,000 degrees Celsius, sufficient to melt the stone together. The stone was very likely cut to be at this unbelievable precision, 1/50th of an inch apart, and then melted together, which they're calling mortaring, but it's not mortaring. There's no cement in there. This is a melting of the stone together. And this is where it gets so crazy. Some of these mortared areas are 5 feet by 7 feet wide in the vertical. In other words, they went back and they looked at these casing stones and they found areas between two stones. So let's say these two stones are here side by side, right? And then as they come together, they're going to fit together with this crack going down the middle. That crack goes back to the edge. Some of those areas where the two stones fit together are 5 feet wide, 7 feet tall. And yet they're perfectly fitted, and they did this 115,000 times. Now at that point, how in the world are you going to have anybody primitive doing this with the logs? We can't even build the crappy inside part of the pyramid where the stones don't even look like a mirror polished sculpture. We can't even do that. How in the world are primitive people going to put together huge gleaming white blocks of stone, 1/50th of an inch apart, melt them together so that they don't even break when you break the surrounding stone? The only way this could be done is with a super advanced technology. So let's talk about the next thing that's really, really cool. When the Great Pyramid was measured around its perimeter, one of the guys who was doing this early along, and this is all, in my new book, you're going to read a lot more about this, they discovered that the pyramid was exactly 100 times the number 366 in inches in its perimeter. So if you look at the whole perimeter of the Great Pyramid and you add it up, you get 366 inches times 100. So they actually looked at this a little more and they said, wait a minute, we could take that number of 366, and it sounds an awful lot like the number of days in the year, 365.2422. Well, if you actually change the inch a little bit, if you change the length of an inch a little bit, then the perimeter of the Great Pyramid perfectly gives you the length of an Earth year of 365.2422 pyramid inches. Except again, it's 100 times greater than that. So this actually suggests that the Earth is encoded into the Great Pyramid, the Earth's measurements. And if you remember, what did I say before? The exact height of the pyramid is 5,449 inches, which is exactly the same as the average height of land on Earth. And the Great Pyramid is built at the balance point of the Earth's grid. So it's as if the pyramid is meant to show us the Earth. The pyramid analogizes the Earth, and in fact, if you take the Great Pyramid and you put it inside a sphere, it is exactly at the equator of the sphere where the bottom of the pyramid is. So the pyramid is perfectly fitting inside a half sphere. So that has led these researchers to conclude that the pyramid has a prophecy message about the Earth. The pyramid is talking about the Earth in some way, because the number of days in an Earth year is precisely encoded in the measurements of the outside. So what we have is a slightly different inch by calibrating the Earth and its year to the pyramid and its measurements. You get a slightly longer pyramid inch. This becomes 1.00106 inches. And this, again, is slightly longer than the English inch. Now, what appears to have happened, and this is my speculation, but I think it's an informed speculation, it appears that the original inch that we have from the English was given to them by extraterrestrials. The English inch was an extraterrestrial-derived thing, and that somehow the exact measurement that we got for it was slightly off. It was slightly misinterpreted, there was something a little bit wrong, and you got to add that extra 0.00106 inches to it to get it to be exactly perfect. If you want, for what it's worth, if you want to look at this length in centimeters, it is 2.5426924 centimeters. Now, another thing that I show in the book, and this is also in my original book, Source Field, is that if you measure the height of the Earth from the North Pole to the South Pole, going right through the middle, right now it is 500,500,000 inches, okay, of the traditional English inch. However, you can take the pole-to-pole height of the Earth and then divide it into exactly 500 million inches, not 500,500,000, which is the way it is with the current English inch, but you can do it this way. You can do it with just a flat 500 million inches. And since the inch is not really tethered to anything, unlike the centimeter and the meter and the kilometer, there was a scientist, and I talk about him in the book, who said, hey, why don't we actually change the inch to be 1/500 millionth of the Earth's diameter, if you will, pole to pole, the polar diameter of the Earth. And then when he calculated what the length of that inch would be, it is, guess what, 1.00106 inches. So what does that mean? That means the pyramid inch that gives you the exact length of the year at 365.2422 days times 100, that length is exactly 1/500 millionth of the polar diameter of the Earth. And that's unbelievable. It again suggests whoever built the pyramid had to know the exact polar diameter of the Earth, which we didn't have until we had satellite technology beginning in the 1950s. We couldn't have calculated it before then. Somehow the pyramid's designer knew that. It had the corners leveled. It was on the exact balance point of the Earth's global grid. It's got all of these amazing alignments, you know, perfect alignment with rotational north by only 0.06%. It's got the exact average height of land on Earth as the height of the pyramid. And then these casing stones, 50th of an inch apart. with a mortar that's stronger than the stone, and you're trying to tell me primitive people did this and built this thing that looks like a mirror polished sculpture? It's simply not true. Why do we have such a hard time accepting that something other than human beings from Earth built this? Because we haven't been told that. You might get it on shows like the one I star in, Ancient Aliens, but it's never been officially discussed. Nobody really digs in on this stuff about the pyramid. Nobody really looks at why in the world is it working this way. So if you take the polar diameter of the Earth and you divide it by 500 million, you get a unit that is 1.00106 inches. And that's very likely the way that the inch should have been and what it was based on. Why wouldn't you want to make a measuring system that is based upon the Earth's actual measurements? So if you do it that way, as we said, then the pyramid reveals the exact length of the Earth's year in its perimeter. Now some people are still going to say, oh, David, you're making this up. This isn't really true. You've got a problem. Something's wrong. The numbers, look, people have been scrutinizing these numbers for 3 centuries, okay? This pyramid scholarship goes back for 300 plus years. It's nothing new. It was already a hot topic in the 1700s because people were figuring this stuff out, and it got very much more intense in the 1800s. The cabal has completely wiped all this stuff away, and one of the main reasons is that everything about the pyramid steers you back to Christianity, as we're going to be saying. Well, David, I just don't believe it. Okay, so yeah, maybe the pyramid inch is 1/500 millionth of the Earth's polar diameter. Maybe that's true, but come on. Are you really saying that the Earth year is in the perimeter because of using these special inches? I think that's a coincidence. Well, now it really starts to strain credulity even more because you get the precession of the equinoxes revealed in the diagonals of the Great Pyramid. Specifically, if you draw a diagonal line from the bottom left, well, I'll show you where it is first of all. So you look at that point B there in this little diagram, and then what you're going to do, actually let's do it this way. Let's go from C to A. So C is all the way on the left, A is all the way on the right, and you can see here, if you were to draw a line from big C to little c, because little c again is right up there at the top of the pyramid on the flat top where the pyramid is, flat at the top. Big C to little c to little a, draw a straight line across the flat top of the pyramid, little a to big A, and you add all that up, it is exactly 25,826.4 pyramid inches in length, which is surprisingly close to this. The great precession of the equinoxes of 25,920 years. So, well, wait a minute, David. The pyramid measurement is 826.4 at the end, not 920. What's going on? If you actually look at the ideal pyramid 25,000-year cycle, if you look at the ideal precession of the equinoxes, okay, it's 12 units of the ages of the zodiac, right? There's 12 ages of the zodiac. Each age is 2,160 years in length. That's the perfect number. In my second book, Synchronicity Key, I show those cycles of history where the age of the zodiac is not arbitrary. It actually represents a cycle where historical events overlap. And so we show in that book how Roman history and the 3 Punic Wars correspond to World War I and World War II in American history, and you get exactly the same historical events, the very same types of wars, the very same types of events taking place exactly 2,160 years apart, sometimes within just a few days of each other. 12 times 2160 is 25,920. That's the ideal age of the precession, the 25,920 year cycle. But if you calculate it based on today's measurements, based on what's going on right now, it's very, very much closer to 25,826.4, which again is the exact length of the pyramid's diagonals. So that's very, very strange. It's very, very peculiar. It's very, very interesting. Now, I'm not even going to lie about this. I mean, the degree of complexity that is in this book, I mean, the sheer number of references and all the time that it took me going through this thing, it's incredible how much work I spent on this book. There's all these diagrams, there's all this very, very elaborate technical information in here. And if I were to try to go through the whole thing, we'd need a whole bunch of 5-hour modules just to do this. So I'm not going to do everything, I'm just giving you the highlights. If you look at the fact that the pyramid has this length of the year in the perimeter and then the length of the precession in the diagonals, that's very cool because it suggests that there's something important about the precession, something important about that cycle, something very important about the cycle. Well, we know in the law of one, they say at the end of every cycle you get a solar flash. And well, they don't actually say there's a solar flash, they call it a quantum leap, but they do describe, as we'll see in some law of one quotes I'm going to have for you, they do describe that there are Earth changes at the end of each of these events. This is nothing surprising. So, to look at the pyramid as the work of savages is completely ridiculous. The only logical explanation is higher intelligence. Nothing else fits. Nothing else works. So could the pyramid have some kind of message for us? Well, when we go into the pyramid numerology, there's certain numbers that the Great Pyramid is built to encapsulate. And specifically, the Great Pyramid is showing us this precessional length of 25,920 years. But there's a simple numerology that is mirrored, I guess, in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. They talk about this in the book, where 5, the number 5, equals divinity and perfection, and the number 6 equals evil and imperfection. So, one of the basic, I was going to say impersonations, that's not true. One of the basic interpretations of the Great Pyramid is to look at the number of faces that it has before you put the capstone on. You have, let's go back to that slide so you can see this very easily. Right here. Okay. So if you look at it, I mean, you're going to have a flat bottom, you're going to have 4 sides, and you're going to have a flat top. So you add all that together, you get 6. But then, if you were to restore the capstone to the top, now that flat top is gone, you don't have a side on the top anymore, you only have a point, which means that now the pyramid becomes a 5-sided object. So there is a very important symbolic message in saying that if the pyramid symbolizes the Earth, right, because, what do we remember? It's the balance point of the Earth's axis. The pyramid inch is 1/500 millionth of the polar diameter of the Earth. It's the exact average height of all land on Earth is the height of the pyramid. The perimeter of the Earth is established in the perimeter of the year of the Earth. The length of the year of the Earth is established in the perimeter. And the length of the precession is the length of the diagonals. So if we put the capstone back on, we go from a 6-sided Earth, an imperfect Earth, to a 5-sided Earth, which is perfect. So the restoration of the capstone is a symbol of ascension. So when we look at the infamous Great Seal of the United States, the pyramid with the eye on top at the back of the dollar bill, what is that symbol telling us? That is talking about the ascension. That is talking about the awakening of the third eye, the pineal gland. It was originally a positive symbol, the awakening of your inner third eye. As the capstone returns, there's one eye in that triangle, right? The negative co-opted this as a negative symbol, but it wasn't intended that way. The pyramid, as we will show, is a prophecy of the coming Christ and of the ascension of humanity. So when you see the processional cycle in the diagonals, and then you see this symbolic reference to the capstone does represent the solar flash. It does represent the transformation of the Earth, the up-leveling of the Earth to the ascended state that it's supposed to be in. All right, so now that I've shown you the pyramid inch and everything else, we're going to get into the pyramid timeline. And this again is all derived from Le Mesurier's classic Great Pyramid Decoded. I took a picture of it there. I held it up for you. A lot of people don't know this, but there's over 100 pyramids in the Egypt area. And so most of them are really derelict and broken down, as you can see in these illustrations. In some cases, you would never even know that they had been a pyramid. And it does appear that the original pyramids were the ones in Giza, and that other pyramids were built afterwards, and they were built with a lot less quality, and so they fell apart much more quickly. Here's another diagram from the Great Pyramid Decoded book showing the Great Pyramid on the left, the second pyramid on the right. These are the relative sizes. The third pyramid, and then the little guys, the fourth, fifth, and sixth. And you can see in this picture, this is a very rare example showing that the pyramid does have a slight indentation. The Great Pyramid at the top there, notice there's a straight line going down through the middle. You can barely see it. You have to catch it just right with the sun. But there is, in fact, a slight indentation on the sides of the Great Pyramid. Now, one of the really cool things is that if you look at this with the original mirror-polished white limestone casing stones on it, when you have a slight indentation on each face like that, you could shine a laser on it from space, and it would be able to reflect the laser beam back to you, and then you could use it for laser-controlled navigation to come into the Earth from. So that's a possibility of what that was actually built for. Now, probably the other really big thing about the pyramid is the king's chamber and this empty sarcophagus that was used inside of it. And in the conventional view of the Great Pyramid, the king's chamber sarcophagus is supposed to represent where the king was buried and there was a mummy there. However, there's no lid on the sarcophagus and no mummy was ever found inside. Well, maybe it was taken out, but no. The first people to ever break into the pyramid did not find a mummy in there. This was Caliph al-Mamun and his team of marauders and robbers. The way they just smashed into the pyramid was horrible. They did not find a mummy in there. So everybody assumes there must have been a mummy in the sarcophagus, but there never was. It is symbolic. And so using the dream language of symbolism, the open tomb without a lid, because they never found a lid, symbolizes no more death. There's no mummy in there. There's no lid on it. It means rising out of your grave and becoming part of this ascension process. So the king's chamber, here's an actual illustration. In modern times, Napoleon was the one who unearthed many of the monuments in Egypt. And so here he is in the king's chamber posing next to the sarcophagus. And here is one of the original Napoleon drawings of what the pyramids looked like from the outside. So this is Manly Palmer Hall's diagram. And again, the sarcophagus in this case is drawn incorrectly because it is a square, not rounded off. But the original idea supposedly was that the Egyptian priesthood would bring you into the pyramid, into the king's chamber, lay you down in the sarcophagus, and you would then go through a healing process, a facilitated, guided meditation healing process. The healing process was intended to create ascension. And they talk about this in the Law of One. They imply that only one priest or priestess would be necessary, and that this person would hold a very precisely tuned crystal that they had, and they would use the crystal to help you as you're sitting there in the sarcophagus. Now, what is supposed to be happening to you inside the sarcophagus? Well, they make it very clear in the Law of One that if you go through this process and you don't die, that you will be ascended at the end, that this will finish your ascension process. It's very, very amazing, actually, to look at how this works. So when you go into the king's chamber sarcophagus, supposedly what happens is that you go into an out-of-body type of state, and at that point, you go through the equivalent of a life review, the panoramic life review that Danny and Brinkley has so often talked about. That is what supposedly happens to you when you're going through this king's chamber pyramid initiation. You actually lie down in the king's chamber, you go into an out-of-body state, you go into a horrible set of dreams where the equivalent of monsters are chasing you, the equivalent of being dismembered. You basically discharge all of your karma. You have all these really, really terrifying experiences where you face off against your own shadow, the darkest aspects of your personality, the darkest things that you've done to hurt other people, the darkest things that you've done to hurt yourself, the darkest thoughts that you've had, the darkest actions that you've taken, they're all shown to you, and you have the opportunity to review all that, and if you do it properly, forgive yourself. Forgiving yourself for what you did to others is a critical part of the pyramid initiation process, because if you don't do that, you don't get the results. If you can move through all of this horrific initiation, all of this horrific stuff that is your karma, then when you come out of it, you are actually now an ascended being. Napoleon, for what it's worth, spent a night in the pyramid. He laid down inside the king's chamber without any healers in there, just by himself. And the nightmares that he had were so horrible that in the morning, at the early morning, people saw Napoleon running out of the pyramid, half-dressed, white as a sheet of paper. He said that he did not sleep all night, that all he had was one absolutely terrifying nightmare after another. So he obviously was not ready for the Ascension. And he never wanted to go back inside there again. It was so horrible. That is the natural streaming effect of the King's Chamber position in the Great Pyramid. According to the source of the Law of One material, they said it does produce Ascension if you can make it. For whatever reason, because he didn't have the healers in there, Napoleon lived through it, but this was a life and death move. If you weren't ready, you could die in there from doing this. Now, the Edgar Cayce readings were cited by the Law of One as being actually accurate. And the Edgar Cayce readings claimed that you could achieve this ascension in the Great Pyramid, the same process, and the Edgar Cayce readings endorsed a channeled book in the early 20th century that came out called The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ. They said that what was in that book was actually, in fact, correct. So anyway, the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ said that the way that Jesus completed his ascension, the way that he actually got to be the guy who comes back when he's 33 years old and he rides into Nazareth on a donkey, fulfilling the Jewish prophecy of the Messiah, and now he's got even more ascended abilities than before. Now he's ready to be crucified and to come back in the resurrection in a light body, mirroring the ascension prophecy that we're all going to go through at the end of the age, right? That's what it's supposed to be. It's not just supposed to be, oh, let's worship Jesus and he's the Son of God and we're not. No, we're all one. We're all, Jesus, again, John 14:12, as I do these things, so will you do them and greater things, right? So that's all part of the prophecy. Okay, so if Jesus used the pyramid to complete his ascension, how cool is that? That this technology of the open sarcophagus was used to complete his process. Now, what we also hear is that the Egyptian priesthood was terrified that someone negative would be able to go through this sarcophagus initiation to gain these ascended abilities and to use them to harm others. And specifically, they believed that the power that you would gain if you actually made it through the king's chamber successfully is so massive that if an invading army is coming after you, you could be standing on the top of a mountain and hold out your finger like this and just mow everybody down with your finger and kill the entire army, and then raise up your hands like this and levitate all the dead bodies so that they self-ambulate and they walk over into the river and you get them all to dump themselves into the river. If somebody could have those kind of powers and was evil, they would be invincible. And this apparently is one of the reasons why the Egyptian priesthood started to stop the pyramid from being accessible to normal people. You had to be a high initiator, they wouldn't let you in. This started the whole thing with secrecy. This started the whole thing with, secret societies. And of course, the Egyptian priesthood was absorbed by the Roman Empire when the Romans conquered Egypt. And they brought all that knowledge in. They took the Egyptian books and brought them into the Vatican Library. And we have so much history on earth that we don't get to know about because it's all been suppressed from us. So apparently other people besides Jesus did use the king's chamber successfully in the past, and this is why they felt that it was a threat. But again, the decision to take it secret was very sad because the original builders of the pyramid did intend it to be available to everyone. And the other thing that's silly is you're not going to be able to ascend negatively in the pyramid. If you haven't been able to face yourself, to love yourself, you're not going to get these abilities. It doesn't work for both polarities. It only works for the positive. So the whole thing was a sad misunderstanding. Now, is it just a coincidence that Jesus was able to use the Great Pyramid, supposedly, according to Casey readings, to become the Christ? The answer is no. It was part of the design. It was part of the intent that Jesus would use the pyramid to complete his mission, because the pyramid provided us with the prophecy that Jesus would come here and provided us with the technology to allow Jesus to become ascended to complete his mission. He used the pyramid to complete that process. And there's a lot of these very cool connections between Christianity and the Great Pyramid. I talk about them in the book. I'm just going to give you some of them now. The Law of One makes some strange references. They talk about how they built the pyramid with everlasting rock, and this is a frequent Bible reference that is also called Rock of Ages. So everlasting rock, Rock of Ages, is a reference to Jesus, but it also is very cleverly a reference to the Great Pyramid. So the Bible actually uses the term Rock of Ages or everlasting rock to mean the pyramid and to mean Jesus, because the pyramid is Jesus. The pyramid represents Jesus, and it represents all of us as we go through this ascension process, which is why you got to put the capstone back on to get this thing to happen. So one of the really cool things that they did with the Great Pyramid was to create a very special reflective pattern that you could only see from space when the actual casing stones were there. So check this out. The exact latitude that the pyramid was built at creates a reflection in the shape of the crucifix, and it only works at the summer solstice. So check this out. This is one of the coolest slides. Once you know, if you're not rooting for Christianity to be anything good, you might not like this. But if you look down at the bottom, what you see here is it's not exactly perfect. It's a little tiny bit off, but almost exactly perfect when the sun is hitting the pyramid with the casing stones in place on the summer solstice. This is the way that those gleaming white reflections will be visible on the floor of the desert. It's going to build a cross. But also notice this. Don't fail to see the significance of this, because it says, you know, December 2nd through 3rd and on the top, and then February 27th through 28th. Notice what's happening here. Let's go to this camera real quick. The Great Pyramid is actually, the reflection is showing you the crucified body of Christ, right? So look at the first, cut back to the slide now. Look at the first illustration of the pyramid, and then see how it's like the arms are being up like this. Go back to the shot now. And then the arms are like this. So this is actually representing the body hanging on the cross. This is how it was designed, and it's only at the peak summer solstice that you now see the actual crucifix shape. So this is stunning, okay? And with all the other things that we see that I'm going to show you, it is very likely not a coincidence. Well, if that's not enough for you, then how about this? If you take the exact slope angle of the interior of the pyramid where the ascending passage is going, and then you take the east-west line where the pyramid is, you know, because there's going to be latitude lines, right? You take that east-west line and then you draw that 26 point, whatever it is, 26.2 or 26.8 degree line coming off of it. It will actually cross directly through Bethlehem, and it crosses the River Jordan. So check this out. And yeah, so the exact angle measurement is 26.3 degrees, okay? So if you look, and they call this the RUMB line, R-H-U-M-B, which just means taking the east-west and then drawing that particular angle of 26.3 degrees off of it. If you drew it from the Great Pyramid, which you can't see here, it's out of the visible view, But what happens is that line that is defined by the internal passages of the pyramid, it crosses directly through Bethlehem. And they are saying this is not a coincidence. Now, had Jesus been born in Bethlehem yet at the time the pyramid was built? Obviously not. Did the people who built the pyramid know that Jesus was going to be born in Bethlehem? This strongly implies that they did. Because not only that, we have the very important aspect of the Israeli Exodus where they had to cross the River Jordan and Moses was able to part, well, that's the Red Sea. Sorry, that's two different things. But the crossing of the River Jordan is another big one in the Bible, and that Jordan crossing is also drawn. But the Bethlehem alignment is really the important one. Now here's another very bizarre thing, right? You have the pyramid in Egypt, which now appears to be a harbinger of Jesus, and I'll show you a lot more about that. It's not just the things I've already said, but remember, it actually makes the shape of the cross, and the rhumb line actually goes right through Bethlehem. So, in addition to that, we have pyramids in Mesoamerica. So is there any type of Christ-like being in Mesoamerica that is associated with anything related to Jesus? Because they have pyramids that are, in the case of the Pyramid of the Sun and the Great Pyramid of Giza have the same perimeter. They're actually, their perimeters, their base perimeter is the same size, which is utterly unbelievable to think that this could have happened by any random chance or accident. So believe it or not, and this is one of the things they show in the book, there is a bearded white man, in Mesoamerica, and this again ties in nicely with the Mormon philosophy, the Latter-day Saint, Yakatecutli. And Yakatecutli has surprising similarities to Jesus because, check this out, there he is actually carrying a crucifix with him, as if he had been crucified on that cross. And this is right in the same pyramid building culture. Most people have never seen this before. But it says, Yakatecutli, Aztec pre-conquest lord of the vanguard. His name presumably signifies he who leads the way, and he was the god of the wandering vendors and missionaries known as the Poctecas. So again, this is something that could be explored in more detail, but the possibility that there was some greater similarity between the Christian metaphor and the Mesoamerican metaphor. In fact, there could have even been a crucified Mesoamerican Christ as Yakatecutli, and we just didn't get the records preserved. Maybe they got lost, or maybe the Catholic missionaries didn't like the idea of Jesus being over here and tried to wipe out this record as much as possible because it would disrupt their religion. How could you have Jesus show up two different places and do the same thing? Well, maybe you did. And so this is a very, very fascinating illustration, very, very fascinating thing. So next thing I want to show you here is this. This is another layer of the symbolism, the dreamlike symbolism of the pyramid, when we're going to look at the passageways inside the pyramid from the side where all the passages form a vertical line. You get a stylized image of the hero, which is in this case the Christ symbolism that we're all going through this Christ-like activation. Interestingly enough, it is now 1:53 p.m. 153 is that great number about the fishes in Jesus' net. So check this out. This is what happens if you look at the passages and chambers looking north at the pyramid. Again, none of these illustrations are in the book because we ran out of space, and so you're going to need a slideshow like this to really help explain all this. But what are we looking at here? This is pretty important. So if you look at this series of chambers, what we're seeing is the king's chamber on the top with the relieving chambers above it, then the queen's chamber, then this thing called the grotto, and then down at the bottom we have the subterranean passage. And then the vertical line that links all them together is the passageways when seen from looking north at the pyramid. Now, just imagine, if you will, that this is the image of a stick-figured man, okay? And imagine that the subterranean chamber, the one at the bottom, is his feet. Well, sure enough, if you look at the feet, if you look at the subterranean passage, you can see that it juts out as the feet would moving forward. That's not apparently a coincidence. Then you go up to the middle and you see this area called the grotto, and it actually does look like the male genitalia. And I'll show you that in more detail. You'll see it more clearly, but it definitely does. And then next up is the Queen's Chamber, which is precisely where the heart chakra would be. And then at the King's Chamber position, you would have the head. And interestingly, not only is it the head, but there's a series of relieving chambers above the King's Chamber that are all those series of black horizontal lines, and that would represent the king's crown. So literally, this is a stylized image of the hero, of the king, which is not just representative of Jesus, it's representative of everyone who goes through this global initiation that the pyramid is taking us through. So the pyramid's measurements, again, show us the number of days in the Earth year, very precisely, the number of years in the precession of the equinoxes. You got the return of the capstone, symbolizing ascension, the transformation of the Earth, because the pyramid represents Earth. It's the average height of all the land above sea level, 5,449 inches. And then it's got the exact position of the balance point of the Earth's grid. The pyramid inch is exactly 1/500,000,000th of the polar diameter of the Earth. And now we're seeing this curious stylized illustration of a hero inside the pyramid. And we're seeing that the pyramid's rhumb line goes right through Bethlehem, crosses the River Jordan. These are really astonishing things. And of course, the reflection is of the crucifix as well. So this is the Christ activation of everyone on earth. It's not just Jesus, it's everyone on earth going through ascension. And so the side view is showing you this is the journey of the hero. This is the hero's journey. Now, in order to get to the pyramid timeline, where 1 pyramid inch of that 1.00106 inches equals 1 year, this is the key. In order to get a timeline in these internal passageways, you have to fix the starting year. And they talk about this in the book. The way you align it is by looking at a rare, once-in-a-procession alignment between the pole star and the Pleiades star cluster. So here's how this works, okay? What you're looking at now is a side view of the Great Pyramid, showing you the internal passageways, showing you, the three, this is the man, right? The man that I just showed you, but now you're looking at it from the west side or the east side rather than from the north side. So now the passages are you can see the width of them. But here's the key, right? There's only going to be one time in many, many thousands of years, thanks to the way the Earth drifts through the sky, 1 degree every 72 years. It's only going to be alignment once in a while where you're going to have this. You have the Pleiades directly overhead. If you drew a line through the bottom of the pyramid, straight up through the top, a straight line, that line would directly touch the Pleiades directly overhead. And then at the same time, you have the pole star, which is the star that all of the constellations revolve around at night. In other words, if you go out there with a time-lapse camera and you're photographing all those stars in the night sky, you're going to see one star that doesn't move and all the other stars form circles because they're all rotating around that one star. Well, that's called the pole star. That's how ancient mariners would navigate the oceans, is they'd use the pole star and they'd have something called a sextant to calculate their position with. So the pole star itself is going to stay in its position during the night. It doesn't drift around like the other stars do. You can use it for navigation, but over the course of 25,000 years, the pole star will drift. At the time of this alignment, the pole star was actually Alpha Draconis, not Polaris as it is now. So here's the key. Let's look back again at this illustration. At this one moment in time, this one moment in history, you have this precise alignment where the Pleiades are directly overhead and the pole star shines down this, what we're about to see, the descending passage, all the way down to the bottom of the descending passage to such a degree that if you were down at the bottom of the descending passage and you used the whole passageway as if it was a sight, you would be able to see the pole star from the bottom of the pyramid. Looking out through the hole at the beginning, you would see the pole star. There's only once that this happens, and this is when the alignment of the beginning of the Great Pyramid's timeline is fixed, and it turns out to be, I believe, 2141 BC. I'll show you what the exact date is in a minute. I think that's right, of when the alignment occurs. It only happens once. Or maybe there's two, but the other one is like 11,000 or more years ago, and it doesn't appear to be relevant in this case based on the studies that we've done. The only alignment that appears to really work, and for multiple reasons we're going to see, is 2141 BC. So these guys were hip to this stuff way back in the late 1700s, early 1800s. A lot of researchers were working on this. They got very excited about it because they had the pyramid inch that's encoding the precession and the Earth year. And this pyramid inch has a lot of interesting factors. Once we find out it's exactly 1/500 millionth of the polar diameter of the Earth, well, okay, if there's an alignment and it stipulates a year, then the next stage would be there's got to be some kind of markings inside the pyramid that would tell us where to start counting. And they expected that they would see scored lines, some kind of scored lines inside the descending passage. And in fact, this is exactly what happened. So the origin of the pyramid timeline is fixated by these scored lines that you see right here, okay? So what we do, if you're looking at this diagram, what you see at the entrance, this is important. There is apparently the original pyramid had a hinged lid. There was a place where you could lift up on the stone and then it would lift up on its own. It had hinges and it would just flip open and you could go inside. Caliph al-Mamun didn't know that, and so when he broke into the pyramid, he actually used explosives. Basically, he was doing vinegar and fire, and if you heat up the stones to a hot, fiery temperature, and then you throw vinegar on them, they will crack and break, and then you can break them away, and that's what they were doing. So they didn't know about the hidden hinged stones. Sad that that the pyramid got so damaged when they got in there, but that's how it went down. So anyway, going back to the slide now, you can see the entrance, and they're just 2623 BC. If you go backwards in time, and it's the entrance is on, as it says there, the 19th course. Now, also interesting to note is that above where the scored lines are, and this is inside the other blocks of stone because they did this whole thing, you'll notice that there is something called the limestone gable, okay? That limestone gable is very, very similar to the shape of the roof over the King's Chamber, and the King's Chamber symbolizes Ascension for us. The King's Chamber symbolizes the Ascension. So the limestone gable shows the promise of Ascension, the potential of Ascension, starting at the very beginning of the pyramid timeline. And again, if you look below that limestone gable, which they found because they dug around it and they found out that there was these big stones in there, right in the descending passage there are visible lines on the wall that you can see called the scored lines. And so if you can look closely enough on your screen, right below the limestone gable it says scored lines and then in parentheses 2141 BC. And then when you go further down the descending passageway, the next thing you're going to see is that thing they call the granite plug, okay? And those are a series of 3 granite blocks of stone that were completely hidden. Notice that it says next to granite plug, if you can look at it closely enough on your screen, hopefully you're not watching this on a smartphone, where it says hidden lintel, okay? Now what is the hidden lintel? The hidden lintel means that when you originally looked into the pyramid and you were going down the descending passageway, all you saw was a descending passageway. There was no visible sign of anything else. The ascending passage and all that other stuff that we're going to look at here in a minute, you couldn't see it. It was only when they were blowing up the pyramid, banging around, smashing things, that at one point while they were doing all this work and all the team was in one area, they heard a loud falling sound. The loud falling sound was the hidden lintel falling. When it fell, it was because of the pyramid being disrupted. So whoever built the pyramid apparently knew, they had seen into the future, they knew at some point that somebody would blow up the pyramid to get in, and they built this hidden lintel so that when those explosions started happening, that it would naturally crumble away and fall. After it fell away, they noticed, oh my God, there's like these big granite slabs, and they appear to be going up. There appears to be another passageway. So what they had to do, the granite was so thick and dense, they had to burrow around the granite, and that's how they found the ascending passageway. Okay, so we're going to get into not too much detail on this because this is a huge, huge science, but in the book, he talks about this basic numerological code for each number, of which there are a variety. So just to do this in quick terms, you have the first number at the top is 286.1 primitive inches, and he equates that with the gain or loss of enlightenment. Now, 286.1 inches, I'm just going to use inches. I'm not going to keep saying Egyptian inch or primitive inch. When I say inch now, it means pyramid inches, okay? Egyptian inches, whatever you want to call them. 1.00106 English inches. 286.1 is a very important number because it represents ascension. So it shows up as the height of the ascending passage after it suddenly rises up dramatically in height to the height of what we call the Grand Gallery. I'll show you this in a minute. So that's the first one, because the height of the Grand Gallery has to do with Jesus and Ascension and all that stuff. So that number is 286.1 inches, okay? Next one we have on the list here, 365.242, a time and age. That's obviously the length of the Earth year. 1881 point, I can't really see that, 14. The evolutionary distance between blind mortality and enlightenment. Anyway, there's all these interpretations, and then you go down to the exact numbers where he says 1 equals unity or the one, 2 equals production, generation, productive, 3 equals perfect, utter, and complete, pi 3.142, eternity, the eternal, the divine, the spiritual, see code. The number 4 means physical and material. The number 5 means initiation, an initiate or a messianic leader, the great initiate, which is accompanied by the measurement, and I can't really see that. Number 6 is preparation, so again 6 goes to 5. The number of sides of the pyramid goes from 6 to 5 when you put the capstone back on. The number 7 is eternal or spiritual perfection. The number 8 symbolizes rebirth. The number 9 symbolizes utter perfection, or 3 squared. The number 10 symbolizes an eternity, a millennium, or a messianic age. The number 11 in his decoding represents physical reality, realization, and achievement. Number 12 represents human beings, humankind. Number 19, the number 19 apparently represents death and mortality. Hopefully, you know, Kabbalah isn't going to start using all that now that I'm giving them that, but whatever. Number 25 is the great initiate, or the messianic ideal, 5 squared. So that's like the 25 represents the messianic return. 99 represents culmination. 100 represents ultimate reward or retribution. 153, which we just talked about, the enlightened enlightenment. 1,000 is the same as 10, which is an age. If you add two numbers together, that means added to, and it also means the words and, with, or gives rise to. Subtraction means without or detracts from. Multiplication means of or times. Division means by or through. Square of anything is par excellence, up an infinite degree, complete and utter. And then the square root represents the essence of something, the inception of something, or the end of something. So then he has these very interesting math equations where he tries to suggest that philosophically these number meanings hold up as you crank them out. So if you look at the number 6, which is preparation, and then you have 2 times 3, productive of completeness. Preparation is productive of completeness. This sounds good. In other words, if you prepare for something, you will produce completeness in the end. The preparation will get you to completeness eventually. The logic of the number 8, rebirth. Rebirth produces the terrestrial. In other words, by being on Earth, you are having to be reborn. You're having to reincarnate. So there's a basic reincarnation message in the pyramid according to this system. Number 10, the millennium, produces the initiate, and that's 2 times 5. That makes sense. At the end of the millennium is when we're expecting the messianic return. Number 12, 2 times 6. Human beings produce imperfection. That sounds pretty realistic to me. Number 12 can also be rendered as 3 times 4, which again would be that Human beings are the perfection of the terrestrial, the culmination of earthly evolution. That makes sense. 286.1 is 8 times 35.76. Enlightenment results in the rebirth of an enlightened one. He says that's acceptable. 8 plus 12 equals 2 times 10. And so he said rebirth added to all people produces the millennium. And that makes sense too. So the millennium is when everybody is reborn on earth. That's the deciphering of that. 25 minus 6 equals 19. Incompleteness as applied to the messianic ideal is death. That makes sense. That works. 4 times 4 equals 2 times 8. Utter earthliness produces rebirth. In other words, if you're very terrestrial, you're going to keep being reborn and reincarnating. That makes sense. 4 times 5 equals 2 times 10. The terrestrial 4, great initiate 5, i.e. the rebirth of the one who is to come, produces the millennium. That also makes sense. That the messianic return is the point of the millennium. And then you have 8 times 5 equals 10 times 4. The rebirth of the initiate, or one who is to come, is synonymous with the earthly millennium. And then he says, in view of the reasonable consistency of the above, it would at least seem worthwhile experimentally to attempt the application of the code as reconstituted to the pyramid and its passage system. The main details of this are listed in Appendix F. Now, that's very technical stuff, and maybe I should have broken it all down into individual slides, but you know what? I don't even get wrapped up in this math and this numerology at all. And the reason for that is that there's a very simple method of assessing the Great Pyramid's claims as to being a timeline. The pyramid claims that all these guys, these researchers have been making. And it's really simple. We have that alignment I showed you, which is the Pleiades overhead and the pole star going down to the bottom of the descending passage. It only happens 2141 BC, and we have scored lines right underneath the limestone gable showing us when to begin counting. All we have to do now is count 1 inch equals 1 year. And by counting 1 inch equals 1 year, we then wait to see when something changes. When is there a new feature? When does it bend? When is there a new architectural inclusion of some kind? And then you count the year of when that would be. And these years are very, very important, that anybody who's studying human history and wants to create a list of the highlights would be very strongly compelled to do these exact dates in the Great Pyramid timeline the way they were done. It's that good. So we don't need to worry about the math. We don't need to worry about the symbolic meaning of the numbers. But if you use this system, you can milk it for a lot more. And he actually translates the Great Pyramid message into a written physical prophecy. That's what's so amazing, is that the Great Pyramid in this book that frickin' blew me away, one of the very first books I read as a paranormal investigator back in 1993. Remember, I bought this the exact same time I bought Hoagland's book. This is my original copy. It's so unbelievable that you could take a solid object like a pyramid, this huge pyramid, and the passageways actually give you an accurate prophecy of events that even in the traditional Egyptian dating of when the pyramid was supposedly built, they're all way in the future. Now, what I'm going to show you is so mind-boggling, it's so fantastic, it's so over-the-top and bizarre and outrageous. The only explanation that I can see for this happening is time travel or time viewing. The only way this works is if somebody could look into the future and see the exact years that certain things were going to happen, and then actually encoded it into stone in the pyramid. So what we do now is we're going to look at how this works step by step with the basic structure of the passageways. We have 15 minutes before our 2:30 break, and I'm just going to start you in on this because this is where it starts to get really, really good, folks. So now we're just going to look at the basic structures. So what you have here, again, you have the entrance on the right, and you can see where that limestone gable is, and you can see where the scored lines are. That's when you begin counting the pyramid's passageways. If you just keep on heading straight down, you go through the descending passage. And if you follow that descending passage down, I hope your screen is big enough that you can see this. At the bottom of the descending passage, that line going down, first of all, I want you to notice this as well. Do you see that line running through the middle from east to west, horizontal line that's jaggedy like some stairs on it? That represents the bedrock. That is the bedrock that the pyramid was built on. So this is one of the things that people don't really think about. That descending passage that we're looking at right now, if you walked in through the front door of the pyramid and you just keep walking down, the precision of that descending passage is so amazing that it only deviates by fractions of an inch away from being absolutely perfect. And once again, the only way we could do this is with laser-controlled drilling. But almost 2/3 of the descending passage is drilled into solid bedrock, as you can see in this illustration. There's no pyramid blocks down there. They're below the surface. It's drilled right into the bedrock. The entire descending passage and the entire subterranean chamber is all carved into solid bedrock. Now, if whoever built this pyramid could have carved into the bedrock that well, like laser-controlled drilling at all, then why couldn't they have done a lot more underneath the Giza Plateau than what we've already seen? Well, this was briefly shown to us with Zahi Hawass in that Egypt special that was on TV back in 1998, where he was talking about other underground passageways that they were looking at, and they opened up a sarcophagus in one of these underground passageways, which supposedly had nothing in it, and supposedly that was the first time they'd ever opened it, which, if you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you. But nonetheless, they already showed us in that television special that there are other passageways underground, and there are sonar readings revealing a wide number of these underground passageways underneath Giza that we don't get to hear about, we don't get to explore. And among them, of course, is the infamous Hall of Records. The Edgar Cayce reading said was under one of the paws of the Sphinx, a big, big chamber that apparently has a cathedral-sized ceiling if you get into the main chamber inside. And the Cayce reading said that it would have a record of the civilization that was there at the time, and they described it as having holographic replay equipment where you can see these historical events that happened to them played out in visible form. The Cayce readings did say that at the end of the age, as we go through Ascension, that we will be returning to that Hall of Records and we will be opening it and accessing those records. And they also say in the Cayce readings that we will not be able to access the chamber until the end of the age. We could try to get in there, but it won't work. So that's another really exciting thing to look forward to in our future that we haven't actually seen yet. But anyway, let's go back to this illustration of the passageways. So again, you have the descending passage going down to the subterranean chamber. Now I want you to notice something else. Before you hit the subterranean chamber, there is a passageway going up, and that is called the well shaft. Now the well shaft is very strange because in some ways it appears to be actually torn through the bricks. The bricks are broken. They're not like evenly carved, except in certain areas. The well shaft goes up from the descending passage, and then right around the place where it's actually in the bedrock is where you get that grotto, which, as we said, is the position of the genitals. If you looked at it from the side as if it was the hero, it continues to go up from there, and then it delivers you directly into the beginning of the grand gallery. So notice we have the Queen's Chamber passage there, and that leads into the Queen's Chamber, which then, of course, has two air shafts coming off of it that point out to stars going throughout our solar system and beyond. This is the idea that humanity is going to go to the stars. Then if you look at what it says, the Grand Gallery, you notice the ceiling height gets much taller. This will become a lot more visible in later slides. That Grand Gallery, again, 286.1 inches tall. It's a huge, beautiful room as you walk up it. It's amazing. It's like being inside a cathedral. And when you go all the way up to the top of the Grand Gallery, now you enter into the King's Chamber, which is the prophecies of Ascension and all things that are going on. So that's your basic orientation. The King's Chamber, of course, has an open sarcophagus in it symbolizing Ascension, no more death. And then after that, you get the star shafts that again suggest humanity will be going to the stars and developing our own space program once we reach this point. Now, these granite blocks prevent anybody from directly entering into the ascending passage. You're not supposed to be able to get in that way. It forces you to do something else. So here again is an illustration showing you the descending passage on the right, the granite plug, which is, again, blocked off by the hidden lintel, so you can't even notice that it's there until they were blowing through it and the lintel fell down. When they bored around those granite rocks and they got in there, they found some additional blocks that were limestone that were easy to carve through. Then they had this ascending passage that you could only get through by breaking in. At the end of the thing, you get to where the height of the ceiling suddenly goes a lot taller, and this is the Grand Gallery as you see on the left. But nobody is able to actually go through that ascending passage. The metaphor is that all of humanity must go through the descending passage. That's why we have these granite blocks preventing you from going through the ascending passage. Humanity must descend. Now, what did I tell you? This is very important. What did I tell you about the level of height in a dream? I said that as you go down in height, you're going down in vibration, you're going down in your level of initiation, your life is getting harder, you're going lower on the wheel of karma. So this is describing how humanity must sink to the bottom. And then that whole idea of the well shaft is actually how we are supposed to dig our way out of the bottom if we find our way into the ascension path. So this is very interesting because you go down through the descending passage, you look into the subterranean chamber, and you say, man, and I'll explain why in a minute, I really don't want to go in there. Then you go back up through the descending passage, and it turns out that there is another false hole in the wall. In other words, you have to actually knock on the wall, you have to look for a hollow spot, and you find this hollow spot, you can break it out, and then the Egyptian priesthood would reseal it with put a new stone in there, a new plaster, or however they were doing it, I'm not sure, but they would seal it off. If you break through, you can get into that passage. So this is what's supposed to happen to us. You're going down into the descending passage, and then you want to break through and try to escape the pit of hell and get on up through that well shaft, which then leads to the grotto where you can relax. And if you notice the way the well shaft is going here, you can climb your way out, and eventually you climb up to the beginning of the Grand Gallery, which is the ascending passage. That's the path of ascension. So that's what all of us have to do. We have to hit rock bottom, and we have to claw our way out. So that's part of the metaphor of the pyramid of what it's supposed to teach us. So the descending passage goes into this thing called the pit of hell, where the subterranean chamber has an uneven floor. The surface is all wavy, and it's not a solid, sharp floor. It's got all these, it looks like they never even finished making it, like it was just raw rocks. And so that is intent with dreamlike symbolism to indicate that humanity has gotten all screwed up, things are very bad. It doesn't mean the chamber's unfinished, because the ceiling is flat, but the floor is all rough. It just means that we go into a period of great turmoil. So before I get into too much detail on this, I just want to show you this illustration, which is of how the descending passage and then the subterranean chamber looks if you look at it as a strictly geometric illustration. So again, the top is flat, the bottom is wavy, and then if you notice on the top right, it says cavity or escape. There is a hole in the ceiling in the back of the room. You can walk all the way back in there and go and see this hole in the ceiling, and they believe that that was supposed to inspire you that there is a way out, there is a secret passageway, because it looks like there could be. You might even try to get through that area and see if there's a chamber in there. There isn't, but if you start clawing your way back out, you say, I don't want to be in this pit of hell, I don't want to live this life, I don't want to be an addict, I don't want to be a junkie, I don't want to be a materialist, I want to dig my way out. You go back through, you find that secret hole in the wall, then you go up through the well shaft, and you dig your way out, and you go directly into the ascending passage. That's all part of the system. Now, there's two dates that come very important in the pyramid timeline, as we're going to see, and those are the dates of 2004 and 2032. These are numbers that appear in the descending passage in the subterranean chamber, and I'll show you in just a minute here that you have to take 3 years off. And he talks about this in the book, the possibility that you might need to subtract 3 years. So here's AD 2004. the prophecies thereof, and here's 2032. Now, apart from all those other dates, which I'm going to go through in a minute, it's important to note here that by just counting 1 inch equals 1 year, you get some pretty cool stuff. You get 1911, which is right before the World War I era began, and it's around the time of Einstein and all this kind of stuff, a lot of cool things happening. 1945, the end of World War II, and then they have 2004 and 2032. 2004 up on the top, and that's the moment where the bottom drops out, where the floor suddenly goes much, much lower in height. And then 2032 is the exact bottom, the middle of the bottom of the pit. Now, when we see this, of course, here's what's going to happen. You're going to shave off 3 years on those dates, which he tells you you can do. It's allowed. Now you get the year 2001, which, I wonder what could be associated with going into the pit of hell for the whole of planet Earth in the year 2001. 9/11, of course. So go back to the slide now. The exact moment, if you're looking at that floor, starting at AD 1911, and now you're going to go to the left, and you're watching it wobble, and you're watching time go by, and you're going through World War II and all this stuff, it's only in actually the year 2001 that the bottom drops out of the world, that the floor suddenly drops out, and now it goes a lot farther down. And then notice this, if you take 3 years off of 2032, you have 2029, and that is exactly the window of when we're now expecting that the full solar flash actually happens. 2029 or 2030 thereabouts, and both of those two dates appear in the pyramid timeline, which is extremely, extremely interesting. Now here is the grotto, that area that you can take a break in and stop halfway along. These are some illustrations of it so you can see what it looks like. And you can see it actually from the side view, which is the one on top. And you see the well shaft there on the right is a vertical shaft. You can climb into this chamber and take a break. You get a chance to relax. And then on the bottom version, you're looking at it from the top down. So, and you can also see they did leave a block of stone in there as well. So again, this symbolizes the genitalia of the hero. This is the root chakra, the beginning of that quest up through the chakras for enlightenment that happens as you're going through the ascending passage. So now what we're going to do after the break is we're going to go through some basic dates in the timeline once we decode them. And all we have to do is use 1 inch equals 1 year. And I've already started to show you a couple of them, but as we go through this, it's going to be unbelievable, the sheer number of accurate historic events that are depicted by doing 1 inch equals 1 year. So if you don't like the numerology, well, I don't believe that, I'm a skeptic, I'm intelligent, that insults my intelligence. Okay, fine, but you can't deny that there's an alignment with the Pleiades and with the pole star, 2141 BC. You can't deny there's scored lines right below the limestone gable that looks like the king's chamber, and you can't deny that when you start counting 1 inch equals 1 year at 2141 BC, that at certain points there's definitely a change in the way the pyramid's passages work, and it definitely corresponds to very tangible historical events. This to me is so amazing when you're going to see how well it hits all of these historical events with such astonishing precision. And even in the book, I'm going to go in a lot more detail than I will here, but believe me, I'm going to give you enough detail to totally blow your mind. There is something about this that I am actually astonished that no one else in the UFO or ancient civilizations community has ever wanted to touch this. It's very dense scholarship, but this is very, very hot information, and I expect that since I've never even done the pyramid timeline like this before, it's going to ignite a lot more interest, because I've been aware of this thing for 27 years. And this is the first time that I've really felt confident enough in it to actually lecture about it and make slides about it. I've never done this before with all the slides and all the years. I had the text that I put in the book written back when I wrote Sourcefield, actually in 2008 or thereabouts, but I didn't get to use it because I had overwritten. I had too many pages and I had to break it off into later books. So those passages about the Great Pyramid I finally used in the new book, just like other passages about cycles of history I used in Synchronicity Key. But anyway, it's 2:30 right now. I'm going to mute my microphone. We'll be back here in 10 minutes where I bring you the grand conclusion of the pyramid timeline and then a lot more. So we'll be back at 2:40 p.m. Pacific time. Don't miss it. Thanks. That was good, and we are back. I'm going to be sitting on the job now because, frankly, my legs are extremely exhausted, and I've got to be able to have some basic structure here for physical comfort. I can't keep standing or it's just going to ruin the performance eventually. So, all right, so just to do a brief review here, we have this very interesting connection between the pyramid and the Earth, where the pyramid's perimeter is equivalent to the Earth year. It's a hologram of the Earth year. The pyramid's diagonals are the equivalent to the Earth's precession. The pyramid's height is the average height of all land on Earth. The pyramid's position is the exact balance point of all land on Earth, 1 in 3 billion chance. The pyramid is perfectly aligned with rotational north within 3 arc minutes of a degree. And it goes on and on from there. The diagonal of the pyramid's passageways, that angle of 26.3 degrees, I think it was, passes right through Bethlehem, showing a connection to Jesus. The outline of the pyramid's reflections of the light on the desert surface at the summer solstice looks like a crucifix, and then before that you have the image of the crucifixion in the way that the shadow is going. And now when we start to dig into the actual pyramid timeline, we're going to see a very interesting set of prophecies that point directly towards the idea of Jesus and his arrival, his ministry, and all the mitigating circumstances that go around that. So now we're going to get into the part of the show where we're going to do some of the basic dates in the pyramid timeline and decode them. So again, here is the first one, the image that has a variety of dates in it, but not as many as the others do. But you can see, for example, that, again, starting from the right, where we have the entrance, you have 2141 BC, which is when you begin counting at the alignment of the Pleiades overhead and the pole star going down the shaft. And then the first thing that you hit as you go down the shaft is where that hidden lintel is located and the granite plug. And that's what prevents us from being able to go through the ascending passage. And the exact timing of this is 1453 BC. So that's the first date the pyramid gives us. And based upon a whole lot of really cool historical research that they go through in Pyramid Decoded, it's more research than I have time to do today, but he talks about a particular scholar who has independently, without the help of the Great Pyramid at all, calculated what he felt to be the most likely exact year of the Exodus of the Israelis, and this was 1453. Now this is when Moses had said to his brother, who was the king, "Let my people go," and he was able to get these people freed from slavery. But in order to actually gain their freedom, they had to go through 40 years in the desert. And this is the Exodus that is being referred to here. So the Exodus is, in the eyes of the guy who wrote this book, a very powerful symbol because it is metaphorical, just like a dream. If you look at the Israeli Exodus and you analyze it like a dream about humanity, what is it actually saying? It's describing a process where, in order for us to reach our own true spiritual fulfillment, that we are going to have to go through some sort of wandering in the desert, some sort of disillusionment, some sort of lack of clarity, vibrational difficulty, decay, sadness, dark night of the soul. I mean, it's very hard for these people to have wandered for 40 years in the desert. And one of the things they found was manna. The word manna means what is it? it does appear, based on the research of Jordan Maxwell, that manna actually refers to mushrooms that would grow in the morning in the desert after a misting from dew. And this was one of the miracles they talk about that allowed people to survive and kept them from dying. And long story short, there's a lot of information that purports to say that the Israeli Exodus occurred in 1453. This is what it shows in the Pyramid timeline. In order to get their freedom, they had to wander in the desert. It's very hard living. There's no food. It's starvation. It's pain. It's misery. It's becoming really skinny, getting diseased. A lot of people dying. And then eventually they get to return to the Promised Land and claim their inheritance after this horrible exodus, this horrible, disillusionment. So this is talking about humanity wandering through disillusionment before we get to some sort of spiritual exaltation and clarity. So right off the bat, the very first date that we get in the Pyramid timeline is totally Judeo-Christian based, with astonishing symbolism of the Old Testament and the Israeli Exodus. What the heck is it doing in the pyramid? Well, again, the pyramid appears to be a metaphor of the coming Christ and of the ascension process that we'd all go through. It's a literal prophecy, and the timeline has been studied by so many people. It's very, very fascinating. So the next thing that we're going to go through in terms of time is what happens as we go through from 1453 BC, and now we climb up the ascending passage, 1 inch equals 1 year. And then we see in the middle there, in the midst of the vertical line, where it says AD 33. Well, this is the exact time of the ascension of Jesus. So there's a whole Jesus triangle inside the pyramid. I think I have it in here somewhere, and we'll go back to that, where it shows that the Great Pyramid has the birth of Jesus as around 2 BC, the ascension of Jesus, 33 AD, and other key figures of time that had to do with the apostles, and then the preservation of the message. All of that stuff is very neatly portrayed in the pyramid. Now I'm going to continue going down, and the next big date that jumps out in this particular illustration, we're going to have some other ones later on, but this particular illustration, I'm zooming in on it. Notice it says AD 1521. This is the exact point where the descending passage flattens out and starts going vertically, meaning that the suffering is no longer as bad, but it actually is starting to get a little bit better. And 1521 is when this happens. Now, this happens to be the exact year of the Reformation, where Martin Luther demanded that there be the freeing up of the Bible so that the people could read it. And this is the first time that anybody was actually able to read the Bible by official decree, that the government's going to allow that to happen. So that's very fascinating. The next date that we see is World War I, 1914, which interestingly enough shows up in the descending passage here at the entrance into the pit of hell. But it also appears on the ascending passage timeline. 1914 shows up, as you can see, if you can really zoom in on your screen, right at the beginning of the King's Chamber as you go in. But going back to 1521 for a second, here's the proof of that. What was happening in 1521? I did this today. This was a Google search I just did today. On January 3rd, 1521, Pope Leo X issued the papal bull Decet Romanum Pontificum, which excommunicated Martin Luther from the Catholic Church. 3 months later, Luther was called to defend his beliefs before the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V at the Diet of Worms, where he was famously defiant. And then going a little bit further down here, why was the condemnation of Luther in 1521 at Worms not enforced by the German nobility? And it said, in May, after most of the rulers had left, a rump diet headed by Emperor Charles V passed the Edict of Worms, which banned Luther's writings and declared him a heretic and enemy of the state. Although the edict mandated that Luther should be captured and turned over to the emperor, it was never enforced. So think about that. They were literally going to assassinate Martin Luther for doing this. And how beautifully ironic is it that the group, the name of the meeting that was going to lead to Martin Luther being killed for just wanting people to be able to read the Bible was called the Diet of Worms. I mean, what a weird, sick, disgusting name. Like the Diet of Worms is like worms going through a dead body or something, right? And their diet, what do the worms eat? But of course, a diet also means a parliament building, and Worms is the name of a German city. So it's just one of those kind of ironic plot twists. But again, 1521, as we're now seeing very clearly, unambiguously associated with the timing of the Reformation, which made it possible for people to read the Bible and inspired all of the other denominations of Christianity. Everything from Lutheran, based on Martin Luther, Presbyterian, all the way down the list. There's all these different versions of Protestant Christianity. All started in 1521. You cannot deny, the mathematics are absolutely exact, you cannot deny that that moment in the pyramid timeline where the floor levels out is the year 1521. You can't deny that the Ascension year of Jesus when he was 33 years old is the moment that the Grand Gallery's height suddenly increases so hugely, and it's all there. So now we're going to keep going through the descending passage first, and we're going to start to explore those dates that appear at these points. So, as you're looking right now, even before 1521, I hope you can see this clearly. In fact, let me just real quickly, I'm going to make this even a little bit bigger so that it's easier to see, because this is a very important slide. So let me just do that real quick. Okay. Now it's even easier to see. All right, so let's get started. So first of all, if you take the ceiling, I want you to look now on the right-hand side where it says plane of death. Okay, the word's plane of death. I want you to look at that and I want you to see that line. And that line, of course, represents the top of the ceiling of the pit of hell, as they call it, or the subterranean chamber. Now notice that you have the descending passage going down on its classic 26-degree slope angle. I think that's what it is, 26 degrees. And AD 1521 is when you hit the bottom of the floor. But once you hit the bottom of the floor, you have a passageway that's going along on a straight horizontal angle. Now look at the ceiling and then notice what's happened here. If you take the ceiling and you extend the ceiling's line over into the part of the descending passage that is still diagonal, you draw that line across until it hits the floor of the descending passage. Then you count the year where that happened. That year ends up being AD 1440. And if you're not getting this, if you're not seeing how exciting this is, 1440 is no ordinary year. 1440 is the exact year that the Gutenberg printing press was invented. So think about that for a minute. 1440 was the invention of the Gutenberg printing press, and that, by the way, gave us the opportunity to be able to read the Bible. What was the first book that Gutenberg printed once he got the printing press? It was the Bible. It wasn't until 1521 that it was then legal to read the Bible, but this all got started earlier with the invention of the printing press. So, of course, the invention of the printing press is of magnificent significance in terms of humanity's future, in terms of us being able to print books, to go against the grain of what the mainstream tries to tell us, where you have independent authors who can publish independently. And it also, of course, greatly increases literacy, greatly increases knowledge. Because remember, it's hard to kind of think about this, but before the printing press, books had to be copied over by hand. You couldn't print a book. You had to do it by hand. You had to copy and rewrite things in longhand. That's the only way you could do it. It wasn't until 1440 that we got books. And so how freaking amazing that by just taking the ceiling and extending it over to the floor, that you get that year 1440, and it directly ties in with 1521. That angle was made purposefully to show how the Gutenberg press leads to the Reformation. But also, the year 1440 is important for something else, because there was a very significant competition between Ghiberti and Brunelleschi that started the Reformation, or started the Renaissance rather. So the exact timing of the Renaissance can be timed to this battle between Ghiberti and Brunelleschi over who got to design the doors that would lead into the biggest church building they had at the time. And it was about who could make a more ornate and beautiful and enticing design for the door. This was the rebirth of art. This was the rebirth of culture. So the Renaissance is science, and it's culture, and it's art, and it's medicine and technology and all kinds of stuff really got blasted off. And it also, again, corresponds with the new technology, the printing press. So it's the Renaissance and the printing press, all tethered to the year 1440, which also is a very, very interesting year in terms of cycle science, because in my book Synchronicity Key, I talk about that if you take the age of the zodiac, which is 2,160 years, and you divide 2,160 by 3, you get 720. You have a 720-year cycle. And so again, 7 times 3 is 21. That's the 21 part of 2160. And then the 2 in 72 times 3 is times 30 is the 60, the 2160. So yeah, 720 years. So if you take two 720-year cycles, the exact 2 cycles of 720 years after Jesus' alleged birth, that's the year 1440. And so the start of the Renaissance and the start of the printing press, in the cycle science thing, that's not accidental. It's because Jesus' arrival created new cycles, and then the 720-year cycle, 1/3 of the age of the zodiac, is one of the big ones, and that's where the Renaissance comes in. So it's very, very fascinating to look at these two and how they fit together. All right. So we had the Gutenberg press, 1440. 1521 we know is the Renaissance. Here again is a slide for the Gutenberg press that I just took today off of Google, where it says 1440, invention of the printing press. The printing press was invented by the German Johannes Gutenberg in the Roman Empire around 1440. Gutenberg's press was a hand-cranked press that rolled ink over the raised surfaces of movable metal type and pressed against a sheet of paper. Okay, so then again we have 1521, which is the Reformation. I went through those already, about the diet of worms. The next phase that we have here in the timeline is between 1767 and 1848. This is a rather complex one because it goes on for a while, but what you want to see here is that it's a weird carving in the roof. The ceiling goes up temporarily, and it's got a wavy surface similar to what we see in the chamber of hell on earth. And in the book, I'm not going to do a whole lot on this right now, but we talk about how there's dates of 1767 all the way through 1848. A whole bunch of really cool revolutionary uprisings took place around the earth during this time. This includes the American Revolution and a lot of other stuff. And it's all, with the ceiling having the same unfinished surface temporarily that we see on the floor, it's as if it's giving us a warning of how bad it will get later on, because these revolutions were bloody, they were nasty. They did create positive changes. Let me grab my thing. This is live TV. I can't stop to pick up my clicker. So if I drop it, I got to pick it up. Anyway, we could geek out a whole bunch on that period of 1767 to 1848, and I do that in the book. I'm not going to do that now. Then we enter into the subterranean chamber of hell on earth. And this is the diagram that he gives us for that. Now, he also showed 1914, the year, on some of these other diagrams, and we get into a whole description of this. It appears to be 1914 on the top and 1911 on the bottom, because the top of the roof, so if you see where it says N for north, that area of the top of the roof comes in 3 inches later than the area on the bottom, which is 1911. So if you look at the top, it's 1914. If you look at the bottom, it's 1911. And that's a really cryptic, strange thing, where, okay, you have this room that has these dates in it that are symbolic, and you enter into the room at two different periods depending on whether you're counting from the roof or the floor. If you count from the roof, you're entering at 1914. If you count from the floor, you're entering at 1911. Now, 1914 is the beginning of World War I, so that's a major date. 1911 has more to do with things like Einstein getting his degree and starting to do the theory of relativity. And we talk about that in the book as well, Awakening in the Dream, the new book. There's a lot more stuff on this that I'm going to go into. But the point is, the discrepancy between the origin of 1914 versus 1911 gives us, 14 minus 11 is 3. There's a 3-year slip, 3-year discrepancy in how you can do these dates. So we're going to get back to that in a minute. Now, this is a written interpretation from Peter Le Mesurier's book describing what this whole passageway is actually decoding as. So you can pause it here if you want to and read everything. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just going to read the decoded prophecy, where he's showing how these dates that he found in the Great Pyramid timeline actually iterate. So he said, subject to this general caveat, we can proceed to a readout of the Great Subterranean Chambers outline of history for our own age. Now, this is him translating it with the mathematical deciphering of different numbers and what the passageways mean symbolically. This is what he thinks it means. The years 1914 to 1918 will see a steep material decline. That appears in the timeline. Between 1921 and 1932, however, civilization and technology has the chance to achieve a great deal after a temporary setback. Between 1932 and 39, that's the Great Depression and the rise of Hitler, followed by a deep 12-year trough. That's the beginning of World War II. There will be another period of rapid potential progress between 1951 and 1965. And again, he goes into all the details of how this works. We're not going to go through all that, but that's very, very accurate. Now, this is interesting because he says 1968 will mark the start of a decline in the achievements of our advanced societies, and the downward slope will steepen dramatically around 1971. Now, let's just stop there for a minute. What is 1968? Of course, it is the Vietnam War. And so you can actually derive that out of the way that the subterranean chamber and its passages works, that something starts to go wrong in 1968. That's the Vietnam War. Now, 1971 appears to be good on one level because it's Watergate, and it's the beginning of Watergate where Nixon gets ultimately thrown out of office in 1973, or he actually resigned on his own. But anyway, we also have in 1971 the gas crisis, where people were having to wait in line to get gas for their car, and the gas prices went way up, and this is when economic inequality steeply increased. It started in 1971, the beginning of the real bad economy, not like what we had in the 50s and 60s, which was actually really good. So the Pyramid Timeline nails all this stuff down. If you want to study this more, you can go get the book yourself. But anyway, here let's continue now. By 1978, there will be a further collapse of civilization to what might be termed subsistence level. And there's definitely evidence for that. The Reagan administration, all that, nuclear war threat got a lot worse. Civilization itself will survive the collapse and show only a slight downward tendency for a further 26 years. Now, look at this part, and I'm even going to zero in on it here. Then in around 2004, the bottom will fall out of the world. Both world civilization and its technologies will quickly collapse to rock bottom by 2010 and will remain at that level for at least 15 years. All right. Can you imagine how excited I was looking at how technical and precise the analysis of the Pyramid Timeline is in this book? The astonishing connections that he found and how he proves everything, and he gives you all the math and all the numbers, and you can do it yourself. Half of the book is written like a workbook, which is just lists of the measurements, the exact number of inches down to 8 or 9 decimal points of accuracy. You can calculate it yourself. You can get the years yourself. You can figure all this out yourself. He's not asking you to take anything that he said on face value. He shows you step by step how to decipher the pyramid code. Now, I read this originally, as I said, as a very bright-eyed college student in 1993 who had just learned about the monuments of Mars and all this really, really amazing stuff. I was completely blown away by the Great Pyramid Timeline. It was so fascinating to me. I had such a love of this material, such a passion for this material. I couldn't get enough of it. And so I was very interested in what could possibly be the collapse that's going to happen to the world in 2004, and then how do we hit rock bottom in 2010? And I remember wondering, what would that be? How is it going to happen? And this is a great way to test if the pyramid timeline is really accurate. Well, let's not forget something. Let's go back to the passage again. World civilization and its technologies will quickly collapse by 2010, and in around 2004, the bottom will fall out of the world. Well, what did I just say? The book tells you that you can subtract 3 years from the dates in the subterranean chamber because the bottom comes in at 1911, the top comes in at 1914, and this is the page where you see that. I just took this picture this morning. You can see my hand and you can see my yoga pants there and the floor in my bedroom. I just took this picture, page 132, and we're going to zoom in on that section a little bit more, and then I'm going to zoom in even more. It's kind of in the middle here, and this is what we're going to see. Moreover, and I'm going to read it, in this quote, moreover, there are indications that datings for the whole chamber may be adjustable to the extent of some 3 years. So you can see that here again. And then it said, consequently, the minimum tolerance for any datings arrived at will be of the order of plus or minus 3 years, and discrepancies of up to 5 years would not be too surprising. Now, he has no reason to actually make that claim per se. He's just saying it wouldn't be surprising. And he said, meanwhile, we have to decide which north-south slices to take. In other words, do you look at the south projection or the north projection? Which one is more accurate? But anyway, the point is the whole chamber could be off by 3 years. And then there's another page, which is page 134, where he says this again. I took another picture of it now, and I'm going to zoom in on that. And it says here, it should be borne in mind, however, that the chamber seems to have what we have described as an adjustable join with the passage leading into it, where its features, and again he says see note 80, page 124, but that just means the difference between the height of the top and the bottom and whether it's 1911 or 1914. And its features themselves are extremely rough and irregular. Consequently, a tolerance of at least plus or minus 3 years, let's just say exactly 3 years, should be applied to all datings given. So again, just to read this once more, an adjustable join and consequently a dating tolerance of at least plus or minus 3 years should be applied. And there again is where it happens, 1911 on the bottom, and we're going to zoom in on that detail now. 1911. Now what did he say? So you can see it now as I'm zooming in a little bit more, and also I want you to notice this. There's some really cool stuff going on here. This chamber is meant to be looked at from the side. These formations look like something, so notice 1945, that it almost looks like there's a little altar there. In the middle of where the 1945 date is, you have two pillars, what looks like two pillars with two little guys on the top of the pillars, two little heads on the pillars. And then there's this image of something that looks like a half sphere coming in from above. AD 1945. Now, again, we see right next to AD 1945, AD 2004, and you just read his deciphering, and he said this is when the bottom will fall out of the world. If we subtract 3 years from AD 2004, the rock bottom of the world now becomes 2001. So it's just a shame that he didn't go with that. He went with 2004 in this diagram. But also, another interesting thing is, this means you could also subtract 3 years from 1945. And I talk about that in the book because 3 years minus 1945 is an incredibly profound historical event. Not the end of World War II in 1945, but the Battle of Los Angeles, which did happen in 1942. It was 1942, shortly after Pearl Harbor was bombed on December 5th, I believe it was, 1941, causing the U.S. to finally enter into World War II after not wanting to do it for so long. And then very shortly thereafter, in 1942, there's this Battle of Los Angeles where it appears that there's some invasion happening of Los Angeles. Thousands and thousands of shells are fired at these multiple UFO objects that were appearing in the sky, the size of football fields, glowing orange. Everybody could see it. There was an enormous amount of firing going on over Los Angeles. Thousands and thousands of eyewitnesses to these gigantic, silent UFOs that were bulletproof. And apparently, they looked very similar to the craft that we see in War of the Worlds. They had this kind of elongated appearance like this, where they were like a boomerang. If you look at the movie War of the Worlds, they basically illustrated the craft in the Battle of Los Angeles, except that they added a little periscope thing on the top, but otherwise it looked the same. And of course, the UFOs were flying directly over the studios here in the LA area. So you have all the Hollywood executives from MGM and all these other studios going out of their houses at night, looking at this UFO, being shot at and getting inspired by it to make UFO films. So 1942, and also it's interesting to point out this, that the craft, even though they were being fired on, they were not hostile. And it is an interesting parallel with what happened as Portugal entered World War I in 1917, and these kids in Fatima, I think it was 1917, where the kids in Fatima started to get these sightings on one particular day of the month every month, and it kept happening throughout most of that year. And there was this disc of the silvery disc that appeared and actually covered up the sun and then gave off rainbow-colored light that went across the entire sky. In the final Fatima event, as the popularity of these miracles that people were seeing grew, 90,000 people went to this area where the kids were in Fatima, the town of Fatima in Portugal. 90,000 people were there, and they witnessed what we would now call a UFO, a flying disc, flying around, zigzagging through the air and coming down like it was going to hit you. People were terrified that it was going to hit them, and then it goes back up into the sky. It stopped on the way down like it was going to hit them. Everything went dark because it was blotting out the sunlight. The flying disc stopped and then zipped back up into the air and then shot off all these rainbow colors of light. Other things that people saw in these Fatima things included flowers that appeared to be falling out of the air, but then when they hit the ground, they would disappear. What made this event at the end so significant with the 90,000 people is that it was pouring rain when the event started. The rain clouds went away during the event, and every single one of those 90,000 people were now dry, even though the rain had soaked them to the skin. For some miraculous reason, the technology that these beings have was able to dry everybody off. So that was actually a warning by the ETs using what appears to be a flying saucer craft in the Fatima prophecies. It was a warning of Portugal not to enter World War I, just like the Battle of Los Angeles was a warning for us not to enter World War II. Did we listen? No. But it still showed in both world wars that here's a higher force, here's the extraterrestrial force coming in, letting us know you're going to be okay. Something horrible is happening on Earth, but there's a higher force involved, and there's going to be this ascension, which is symbolized in Fatima by the rainbow-colored light, which symbolizes the solar flash, because it's all having to do with the sun. It goes around the sun, it blocks the sun's light, the rainbow-colored light comes from where the sun was located. And apparently the kids in Fatima, the infamous third secret of Fatima, that's always been covered up, and if you're into that stuff like I've been, nobody seems to know what the third secret of Fatima is, but I've heard more than one insider tell me the third secret of Fatima is the solar flash, and they did not want to leak this to the public. They didn't want to talk about what they thought was a disaster. So again, going back to this diagram now, if we knock off 3 years, 1911 is going to stay the same, of course, but if we knock off 3 years, 1945 becomes 42, the bottom falling out of the world becomes 9/11, and then the middle, which is, you know, the peak of the pit of hell, is now 2029, which would exactly be when we're expecting this solar flash is going to happen. It's very, very fascinating. So once again, it says, in around 2004, the bottom will fall out of the world. And then notice what it says here. This is based on an analysis that is too technical for the illustrations that he gave us, but you can actually dig into the footnotes of the book and find it all. World civilization and its technologies will quickly collapse to rock bottom by 2010 and will remain at that level for at least 15 years. Okay, there's another date. Now again, it's not 2010, is it? Because it's not 2004, it's actually 2001. So how do we get the real date here? Well, what we do is we subtract the same number of years, 3, from the year 2010, and that cranks out the year 2007. Now, I went back and I did my due diligence, and I found out that all of the harbingers, all of the precursors to the 2008 Lehman Brothers economic collapse, it all started to actually happen in 2007. And again, if I had more time and I was going to do, like maybe in the future I'll do a whole pyramid class or something, I might go into a lot more detail on all this, but suffice it to say, if you get the new book, Awakening in the Dream, which I highly, highly recommend, especially after you've seen this, it'll make a lot more sense. Go back and read the book, and I talk with references about how all these precursor events started to happen in 2007. The economy collapsed in 2007. It's just that they were able to hide it from us until 2008. But it's pretty widely accepted now that the collapse really happened in 2007, and it just didn't get to the big, big, big level where everybody could see it until 2008. So isn't it interesting, going back to this prophecy once again, that the bottom falls out of the world in 2001, and we hit rock bottom by 2007. This is 9/11 and the 2008 economic collapse, which started in 2007. The pyramid, which is at least a couple thousand years old, if not 11, 12,000 years old, right? The pyramid told you about the 2008 economic collapse. The pyramid told you about 9/11. Nobody's written books about this. Nobody's talked about this. And it's such a dense subject that I myself didn't want to tackle it for a long time. Now, if you go back to that passage, let's go back to the passage one more time, okay? It says, collapse to rock bottom by 2010, and it will remain at that level for at least 15 years. So this is a pyramid prophecy that now extends the window out past the time of where we are now. What about these 15 years? Okay? Well, we can do the math with the 3-year adjustment. If you add 15 to 2007, now we get 2022, which, believe it or not, at this point, we're really only a year and a half away from that, which is great because the pyramid timeline implies that there might be some changes that will dig us out from rock bottom by around that time. Maybe if we get lucky, it'll happen even sooner than that, because we know that if the alliance gets its goals reached, that we will have a global economic reset. We're going to get a lot more prosperity and a lot of cool, I did it again, I'm sorry. A lot more prosperity, a lot more cool things happening with the year, maybe 2022, maybe that's when it's going to be, right? Because we don't really know what this year is, except that it's in the future, and it says that there's a possibility that we're not going to be at rock bottom anymore once we get there. So that's pretty cool, given the fact that the Great Pyramid Timeline is now giving us a date we can focus on that's only a year and a half away, that might actually pay off and might actually give us something that we can then go back and say, yeah, actually 2022 did turn out to be a really amazing year. But heck, if they've already gotten the invention of the Gutenberg printing press, the Renaissance, the exact timing of the Reformation when the Bible was freed up and now everybody can read it and all these Protestant denominations start to form. We've got the period of wars. We've got the beginning of World War I, 1914, at the top of the roof. We've got it's just amazing, all the things, and there's a lot more coming, of course, but we're going to keep going here. So if you go into the center of the pit, as I said before, it's said to be AD 2032, but you take those 3 years away again, you get 2029. And this now appears to triangulate the timing of the first big solar flash. And we'll see that it shows up in the ascending passage as well, which is incredibly, incredibly fascinating. And I am skipping over some stuff, but I want to get through all of these interesting things. So now we're going to just go through the ascending passage systematically, step by step here. So again, it starts with the granite lintel, the hidden lintel, and then the granite plug. You can't go through that physically. It's not something that most of us are ever going to be able to do. It seems to symbolize that only people as advanced as Jesus are going to actually be able to use this. The mass of humanity will not be able to use this. That's the idea. Now here is the exact passage where all this cool stuff starts to happen regarding Jesus, okay? So I want you to try to pay as much attention to this as you can, because I know this is a little bit confusing, but it's all going to make sense. So the first thing that I want you to see is, starting on the right, you see where it says ascending passage, and then the ceiling suddenly rises. So this is what you would actually see. This is what these men actually saw in that area. They had a small passageway going up, and now all of a sudden the height of the ceiling goes way, way higher, 286.1 inches. You can climb up these little holes on the side, and if you notice also there's a passageway at the bottom, and that is the Queen's Chamber passageway. If you follow that one through, if you just go straight instead of climbing up like they're doing, if you go straight through that square hole on the bottom, you will get to the Queen's Chamber. You have to lean down through the hole to get there. But if you climb up, you get into this grand gallery, which has a huge high ceiling. It's very exciting. And this is an illustration of these guys climbing up there. And again, this is now the image of how much the height of the ceiling rises. 7 courses tall. And you can see actually all 7 courses if it goes up to the top there. But again, the ascending passage comes in on the right. As you can see, it's a lot shorter. And then right at this moment, the ceiling height suddenly expands. If you go straight ahead forward, you go into the Queen's Chamber. If you climb up the wall, you get into the ascending passage. Now, another thing that I want to say before we go on here is I want you to notice these holes, these little square holes along the sides of the ascending passageway in the Grand Gallery. Those are called sockets, okay? And this is very important because if you built a stone that could slide along inside this ascending passageway, then the sockets that we see, this is the whole Grand Gallery as a whole, okay? Each of those little lines along the bottom of the grand passageway are where the sockets are located. So the idea here is that you could fit a stone inside this Grand Gallery that would fit from the bottom to the top. And then it could be like a ratcheting set of changes where you slide the stone up, and those holes in the ground mean that it can't slide backwards, it can only slide forwards. And there's a lot of symbolism like this in the pyramid. Again, remember, the pyramid uses dreamlike symbology. So those socket holes, as you're going up, means the stone can't slide backwards because it's got some kind of ratchet at the bottom that's going to pop up as it goes through one of these holes, but then it gets to the next one and they lock back down again, they slide back down, they get into the hole. You can't go backwards, you can only go forwards. So that is an interesting reflection, a metaphorical reflection on the path of ascension, that you can't go backwards on the path of ascension. You have to keep moving forward. Once you start this process, it's irreversible. It will change you, it will transform you, okay? So I want you to get the outline of how the Grand Gallery looks. So let's go back to the slide now. And you can see that the Grand Gallery is located right there, and that the Queen's Chamber is directly at the bottom. Now, one of the things that we're going to see here, if you look at the far left-hand side of the Queen's Chamber, and then you notice where that is in position with what is above it, the far left-hand side of the Queen's Chamber is precisely located in the antechamber where there is something called the boss and the granite leaf, and we'll get to that later. But the dating of the granite leaf, the dating of the boss, is 2012. So it does appear that the far left side of the Queen's Chamber represents the year 2012 as a time, a portal of ascension. And we'll get into that all later. But I want to go back through Now that you've gotten a view of what this all looks like, I want to go back to that point where all these men are standing in right now. Now that you've seen all that, you're going to get more information. So again, we're zooming in now on the ascending passage there on the right. Then notice coming up from the bottom that you have the well shaft. This is what you've climbed up through from the descending passage to enter into this area, where at this point you either have the choice of climbing into the Queen's chamber, and they say that this represents the path of traditional beliefs and traditional religion, or you can climb up, do a harder climb and go up into the Grand Gallery, and now you're on the path of ascension that's a much higher level of ascension than just going through traditional religion that doesn't give you all the mysteries. Now, I want you to look at the details of all of the dates that we are given, and I hope again that you can see this clearly enough, but in case you can't, real quick, what am I going to do? I'm going to duplicate this slide. Just give me a second, folks. I'm going to keep talking to you as I do this. I'm going to duplicate this slide, and I'm going to zoom in on this one area so you can really see how this all actually is going to work. And hopefully when I do this, things are going to become a lot clearer to you, and it'll be easier to see, and nobody's going to have a problem. So here we go. All right. Okay, so here's what it looks like before we zoom in. And you see the well shaft and the ascending passage, and now we're going to zoom in even more. So this is where, again, all these cool things start to happen. So if you take a line, if you take the line coming from where the ascending passage suddenly vertically increases dramatically, this point that we're at right here, okay, that moment happens exactly at AD 33. That is the ascension of Jesus. Now notice that there's this thing in there called the Messianic triangle, and what you do is you draw this triangle backwards in time, and they take it back to 2 BC, which they believe is the actual birth point of Jesus. And then AD 29 would represent when Jesus went off and began touring and getting all of his studies in place and doing all of this. So all of this is explained in the book, but the point is we also have other dates that he goes through in the book that are significant as well. AD 45, AD 58, AD 70, 73, 82, 89. All of these dates precisely correlate with very, very significant historical events in Christianity. And I don't even go through all that in the book, and I'm not going to go through it now because there's a lot of stuff to unpack there. But what I'm hoping that you can see is that all of the Great Pyramid Timeline scholars uniformly agree that the Great Pyramid Timeline shows you the birth of Jesus, the time that Jesus went off into the desert to do his training, and the time that he came back and reached Ascension, and then very pivotal events regarding his apostles and them trying to keep the teachings alive, and then them being persecuted and them being killed. All this stuff is precisely dictated in the pyramid. It is truly, truly stunning. So again, going back to the slides now, we have all these particular dates, and then if you go back to the other one from before, there's additional dates beyond that that you can also see as it goes forward. And this includes AD 125, AD 152, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of good stuff to look at here. So, again, this is what it looks like as the Grand Gallery opens up and you climb that thing. The socket's indicating you can't slide backward, you can only move forward. And this, again, is the whole Grand Gallery. Now, the next thing that we're interested in is what happens, because there's really no change in anything in the Grand Gallery the whole way up. So everything from the period, in the ascending passage at least, everything from the immediate period around Jesus' ascension and then the persecution of the apostles and his followers, all of that is overlooked. Nothing happens, nothing is interesting, nothing occurs that we know of until you get to the top of the Grand Gallery where there is this thing called the Great Step. And this is where you get some additional dates. You actually have to pull yourself up over this Great Step. So here's another view of the Grand Gallery, the ascending passage, showing you AD 33 when it goes in, and then getting up to the top where there is this great step, where you have to pull yourself up and climb over it to get in. Now I'm going to zoom in on this because there's a few dates here that are really, really significant. So let's talk about this. First of all, so the great step, let's just talk about this. If you actually see it, it's this big thing that you have to pull yourself up over before they put a ladder on it. It was dangerous. You'd have to pull yourself up over this great step to climb up into the king's chamber. It's not easy, and you run the risk of falling and then sliding all the way back down that ramp. You could even get killed trying to pull yourself up on the great step. So it represents a point where humanity has to make a great leap. But also, because it's going up, and we do apparently make the leap, and time keeps moving forward, it represents, in dream symbology, a sudden rocketing upward. A rocketing upward in alignment with the idea of what Jesus was trying to do, which is to free us from enslavement. Remember, the whole pyramid timeline begins with the Israeli Exodus, 1453 BC. It begins with let my people go. It begins with you all are slaves. You're going to have to go through a period of darkness in the desert. You're not going to like it, and you're going to eventually come back to the promised land, okay? So when the height rises with Jesus, it indicates that there's been a huge, huge increase in the amount of spiritual energy available to people on earth, even though, as it says in Law of One, Christianity got wildly distorted, blown out of proportion, turned into something that was not part of the original intention. So let's unpack this. So when you first, if you're counting 1 inch equals 1 year, and you're going up that passageway and you hit the edge of the great step, the year that you hit the edge is 1845. Is that a significant year? Absolutely yes, because as it turns out, you can look this up yourself, 1845 is the year that the telegraph was first used for commercial business. Now, okay, somebody's going to be the skeptic and well, the first actual telegraph message was transferred in 1844. That is true, but the first time that the telegraph was used to do business for ordinary people and businesses, not the inventor, but ordinary people, the first time that the telegraph became available to the world, starting in America, was in 1845 with Samuel Morse. He invented the telegraph, and it went online and became available in 1845. Now you have to understand how incredibly significant that is for us as a planet, because up until then, we never had instantaneous communication at a distance. The only way you could get a letter to somebody was to write it on paper and have somebody mail it or carry it through a courier service of some kind. You couldn't talk to people far away in real time. Although this was just done with electric dots and dashes, it was possible. It began in 1845, and that instantaneous communication at a distance had a tremendous, tremendous impact upon the way that our society functioned. It was an enormous, in the building of technology, speeding up commerce, speeding up everything, allowing us to communicate information to one another, that you cannot deny that the telegraph is of enormous significance, just like the invention of the Gutenberg press, which is AD 1440, the pyramid timeline nails that to the wall. Just like the Reformation, 1521, nails it to the wall. Beginning of World War I, 1914, nails it to the wall. It nailed 9/11. It nailed the 2007-2008 economic collapse. Exactly. It nails the Israeli Exodus. It nails the birth, the retreat, and then the ascension of Jesus exactly. And now we see they give you the exact date of the telegraph. I also explore 1845 in the book. There's some other cool things that happened around that time. I think one of them was the publication of the theory of evolution. Happens in 1845. There's some other things that are really cool that I talk about in 1845. A lot of people started to leave. 1845 was also the great Irish potato famine, where a lot of migration started to happen out of Ireland because they were starving to death. They had to leave their home. They couldn't stay anymore. There was no food. And a lot of Irish came to the U.S. as well as other places. I believe that the first international mail was also sent in 1845. There's a lot of cool stuff that happens in that year. So again, vertical leap, in humanity's spiritual progress, primarily focused on the invention of communication at a distance with the telegraph, the precursor to the internet. Okay, now the next date that we're going to see here is 1914, and the way we get that is by following the floor as if the Great Step did not exist, as if you just keep following the floor until you hit the wall. And if you don't look at the Great Step, if you act as if it didn't exist and you just hit the wall, the year that you hit the wall is 1914, which again is the beginning of World War I. And you can see the year 1914. Again, no fudge factor, no mathematical cheating. You just count the inches and you get 1914, and there it is. Now, if you actually go 1 inch equals 1 year, by hitting it at 1845 and then climbing straight up 1 inch equals 1 year and then straight across until you hit the wall that way, by doing it that way you get 1933. And I don't even talk about this one in the book, but I looked it up now as I was putting this together and realized, I shouldn't skip over 1933 because that's a really big one. 1933, as I looked up, you can look it up yourself on Google or wherever you want. 1933 is the year that Hitler won the election and went into power, and it was also considered to be the worst year of the Great Depression. So isn't it interesting that we get the telegraph, we get the beginning of World War I, and we get Hitler, all of these things associated with increases in technology but also increases in war, all clustering around the entrance into the King's Chamber. So that's where we're going to go in now. We're going to enter into the King's Chamber. So once more, let's remember how we got there. We're climbing up the Grand Gallery. We go all the way up to the top. And then if you look at the top, very much up close now, there's a little bitty room, there's a little bitty passageway that you go through to get in. And then you have to go through, before you get to the King's Chamber, you go through another room called the antechamber. This is what you have to go through first. And this is a picture that shows you the antechamber before you get to the King's Chamber. You'll notice it's not very big here. It's a small little room, but it has its own little height with granite blocks, the granite symbolized by the darker colored blocks. Okay. Then you have the King's Chamber, and then you have a series of 5 relieving chambers, as they're called, above the King's Chamber. And at the top of all that, you have the granite lintel, which again is very similar, almost identical to the one we see at the beginning of the timeline in 2141 BC. Now here you see it at the top of the King's Chamber. This is the symbol of Ascension. It is the symbol of, it's actually like a flying craft too. So there's a lot of different layers to this. But the antechamber is the area at the beginning. And by the way, if you'll notice that the blocks become granite as you hit the antechamber, granite as opposed to limestone, what that means is that now humanity is on a spiritual path rather than a terrestrial path. The granite is a much harder stone. It has a much higher density. It's purple granite, as it turns out. I've been in there myself. The purple granite is called porphyry, and it represents the spiritualizing of humanity. So we're going to get into that antechamber now, and we're going to see all of the great stuff that it has. One of the really cool things about the antechamber is that it encodes the exact length of the year in days and down to the decimal points, because you can draw a sphere, an image of the world inside the antechamber, and the exact diameter of the sphere just so happens to be 365.242 pyramid inches, which again is the number of days in the year down to the decimal point. Isn't that amazing? And it's right there. If you look at it up close, if you have a big screen, in fact, again, I'm going to create a new slide here because I want to make sure you can really see this if you have a little phone. Let me just do that real quick here. So we're going to zoom in on this and get it up close so you can really see this. So as I said, we got 365.242 pyramid inches as the width of this sphere that you can draw inside the antechamber. So here is now the detailed view as we really zoom in on this. Actually, it looks like it's the circumference of the sphere, not the diameter in this case. So by zooming in this closely, there's some really cool stuff that you're going to get to start to see. Okay, the first thing that I want you to see is that you're going in, you got the Grand Gallery on the left, you can see it's really tall, then you got this chamber that you got to go through, you got to huddle down, squat down. 1933 is the year that you got to squat down. Then you go into this room that has 4 grooves in the wall from top to bottom. The first groove has this series of 2 granite slabs that are connected to each other, and that's what you're seeing underneath where it says A. If you can look at the letter A, because remember they're doing a circle of A, B, C, D, and that circle has 365.242 pyramid inches across. There is a granite slab in the first of these 4 slots. The granite slab is held in place by the slot. The other slots are also built to hold granite slabs. Now, if you go into the pyramid, right where the C is at the bottom left of the circle, you can stand up in that crack. And I did this myself. You can stand up in that crack, have your back against the wall where the granite is, and you can see the granite slab right in front of your face. And that's one of the things I definitely did when I got to the pyramid. It was very interesting for reasons we'll say soon enough. Now, if you zoom out a little bit more, then you can also see some other things going on here which are interesting. First of all, notice at the bottom that you have, again, the length of the Earth year, 365.242 pyramid inches, which can now be expressed by taking the exact geometric position of the granite sarcophagus. If you put it in the middle of the room, you get another one of these Earth spheres on either side of the granite sarcophagus. It's the same thing, it's just cut in half now. And if you look at the middle of the antechamber to the end of the king's chamber, which is what you see on the bottom there, the bottom line where it says 365.242 pyramid inches, that again is the length of the year. So there's 3 different ways that the length, or at least 3, maybe 4 different ways that the length of the year is encoded here. And then it also says at the top the sum of the semicircles is 365.242 pyramid inches, and the sum of the radii is 365.242 pyramid inches over pi. So this is all showing you whatever the events are going to happen in these areas, they will happen to the whole Earth. The Earth's measurements are encoded in it. The open sarcophagus, again, is a dreamlike metaphorical symbol of ascension. The open tomb, the ascension, the arrival of the promise of Jesus that the whole pyramid is built around. It's not just about Jesus. He was only the first one. We are going to go through this ascension. We are going to go through this transfiguration. So we talked about these 4 sets of grooves that can hold these granite slabs. And as I said, only the first groove actually has a granite slab identified in it. So now we're going to look at it from the opposite side, getting bigger. And again, I'm going to make this a little bigger because that's, now that I'm looking at it and I can see what would happen if you had a smartphone, I want to make this larger so it's easier for everybody to look at, because some people are going to have very small screens. All right, so here we go. All right, now it's really, really easy to see. So you have the Grand Gallery, you have the ramp. We know that where the ramp hits the Great Step, that starts at 1845. That's when we got the telegraph. We know that if you look at the hidden step, that's 1914. If you follow the floor as if nothing was changing, it hits it in 1914. And then above the hidden step, if you actually count across, you get 1933. Then you go through the area which is still limestone, so notice it's not got the darker shade. It's limestone, which is symbolized by the L's, and then you notice that there's G's on the other parts, which means granite. And notice that you could walk through that little chamber and then stand up inside, and you see where it says granite leaf and boss. So this is the first granite slab in a total of 4 sockets, of 4 vertical grooves that could hold other granite slabs. Now, only the first granite slab actually appears, but the other grooves indicate the possibility that other granite slabs will appear as well. They just haven't actually seen, but the grooves perfectly hold the slab in place. The slab is loose. You could theoretically lift it up, but it's stuck in there. They built it into position, and it's a piece of granite surrounded, as you can see in this illustration, by limestone. So again, this granite slab, back to the slide, appears to represent a massive wave of new spiritual energy that will be coming into the earth. And it is actually built in the shape of a wave. And this is seen by another image of the antechamber taken from a different angle by different architectural draftsmen. You see you got the Great Step there again, 1845, 1933, 1914. You go through the little hole, and then you come up on this. Now, there's a lot of stuff to talk about here, okay? You can very clearly see the 4 grooves inside this room, which clearly would hold other granite slabs. Now, one of the things that this image doesn't show you is that the granite slab, the top of the granite slab at least, because you can see it's made of 2 pieces, the top of the granite slab is actually broken off. You can feel up to the top and you can feel that it's all rough, and this is done on purpose because the symbolic dreamlike metaphor here is that this is something that was broken off from above. This is the first time we see granite in the timeline at this level of significance. The top of the leaf looks like it's rough, like somebody just snapped it off and then slapped it into position, okay? And I want you to also notice that there is a wave in the granite slab. It is not symmetrical left to right. It has a wave in it, and this seems to represent the wave of energy, the 4th density energy that is coming into the planet. It looks like an oceanic wave. Well, we are expecting a wave of energy coming from the sun. We're expecting the sun to give off a big wave, a big tsunami of energy. Well, the actual granite slab is built in the shape of a wave. And what we're going to see is that the boss, the seal at the front of the slab is in the year 2012 in the timeline. So this is the big Ascension 2012 wave. And I saw this way back when I was first reading the book. I couldn't understand why he didn't want to go with the 2012 date and why he tried to screw with the dating system. We'll get to that in a minute. And I'm not insulting Le Mesurier at all. We'll see why he didn't go with the dating. But now, obviously, I believe you don't change the 1 inch equals 1 year system when you go into the King's Chamber. So we got the boss. Notice this thing. It's if you're looking at that granite slab and you see it's got the wave and it's broken off at the top and it fits in the first of 4 slots, there's a boss or seal there. And the boss, according to all the deciphering, represents what they call the Messianic initiative, the arrival of the Messiah or the harbinger of the Messiah. So this is actually the only really small symbol in the pyramid that is of any real consequence. It's what you see up at the top. That is the boss or the seal. It sticks out exactly 1 inch from the surface, and it's carved like this, where it's as if it kind of looks like a human head with a halo around it. That's one way to look at it. And then also, if you go into the south air shaft, inside the King's Chamber, you have the object that you see on the base. They've been inside of it, they've looked at it, and it is very oddly carved. You see it from the side and you see it from the midsection view, as you can see, and this is equated in the book as being like a pregnant mother's stomach. So the idea here is these air shafts go to other stars. It's a birth of humanity, the new birth of humanity, as we are reborn into a spacefaring race that can go off into the stars. That is symbolized by the beginning of the air shaft being equivalent to a pregnant mother's stomach. It all actually works really well. So that's what the bottom means, but the top right now is the boss symbol. Now, I want you to look at that boss symbol again and think about the different things that it means. According to the deciphering in the Great Pyramid Decoded book, the 2 major things that this looks like is number 1, the sunrise, and number 2, a rainbow. So I just want you to keep looking at this as you think about that. The sun coming up, giving off the rays of light as it first is being seen. The rays of light would be the top part of the halo, if you will. And the rainbow, of course, would also be the halo. So this is a stylized rainbow and sunrise, and they also describe in the book with pictures that it is almost identical in shape to the Egyptian hieroglyphic for bread. And of course, bread is associated with the Jesus metaphor, I am the bread of life. And another really interesting thing, going back a few slides here, is that if you actually look at the entire room, it looks like a toaster oven. And it looks like a toaster oven with 4 slots. Now, wait a minute, David, wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that these guys who built the pyramid thousands of years ago knew that we would be making little slices of bread in a toaster? Well, yeah, because they could tell about 9/11 and the 2007-2008 economic collapse. They knew about World War I, they knew about World War II, they knew about the telegraph, the printing press, the Reformation, the Renaissance. All these things are very precisely described in the pyramid. Why wouldn't they understand a toaster? Why wouldn't they understand slices of bread? So again, the fact that going back to the slide for a minute now, that this could actually look sort of like a bent piece of toast on another level, a piece of bread, and then the symbol on it is the symbol for bread, right? And the boss again represents the Messianic initiative. We see this symbol that's supposed to be the stylized rainbow and sunrise, but it also is the symbol of the Egyptian hieroglyphic for bread. The whole thing looks like a piece of bread dropped into a toaster oven. And the bread metaphor is all over the place in the Bible. I am that bread that is descended from heaven. That's one of the things that Jesus said. So again, the bread is also a dream metaphor that shows up all the time. I've had so many dreams about sandwiches and bread and preparing food and making food. And any time that you see food in your dreams, it symbolizes spiritual feeding of humanity. It symbolizes eliminating people's hunger, eliminating their hunger for the truth, right? Giving them something substantial on a spiritual level. So, when we see this, it really does appear that that actually does represent toast, and that in this funny way, the new energy, remember the shape of the bread is like the wave. This wave of energy toasts the bread. We are getting heated up by this cosmic increase in energy. It is toasting the bread of the human body. The body, remember, Jesus in the communion says, "This is my body," and then you get a piece of bread, and it's supposed to represent Jesus' body, right? The Great Pyramid is showing you the toast. It's showing you the toaster and what happens when you put the slice down in the toaster, right, and you put it on. The heat comes on, and the toast gets browned, and it becomes spiritual food. So this is another kind of ironic spiritual metaphor that I don't even know if Le Mesurier ever caught. And the Casey reading said that only an initiate would understand the way that the pyramid is built and what the symbolism actually means. So that is a really cool thing, because there's a little toaster at the beginning of the King's Chamber, and it's talking about the year 2012, and that this is what begins the process of us being toasted, of the bread of your body being prepared to become ascended. That once you're toasted, once the sun gives off the solar flash and toasts the planet, so to speak, that if you're ready, you get the bread of life. You get transformed into the Ascension. It's really, really interesting. Now, here's the next thing, okay? This next image that we're about to see shows how Le Mesurier reinterpreted the dates of the King's Chamber using what I feel to be a process that doesn't actually make a whole lot of sense. So in this diagram, what we're now seeing is the Grand Gallery, the ascending passage going up, where you see the antechamber, and then you see the King's Chamber and the air shafts, as well as all the relieving chambers, and the granite gable up at the top. It's all in there, right? Now I'm going to zoom in just on the bottom where we can start to see all these dates. So here we're hitting the Great Step. You got the Great Step there, which again, 1845, the invention of the telegraph, the first commercial telegraph use. You got the granite leaf, you got the antechamber, that's your little toaster. That's the solar flash that if you're ready, you don't get burned by it, you get transformed into the spiritual promise of Jesus. You're now the toasted bread. But then look at what happens here. He's got AD 1985, 1998, 2034, 2499. The dating goes nuts. And I don't believe that he was right about changing the dating system, but we're going to see why he did in just a minute. Okay, so when we get the dating right, a lot of other stuff is going to come out that's really cool. So now we're going to show you the interpretation of the prophecies, some of the stuff that he wrote here, which is very interesting. And remember that the dates are 3 years off. So now he's talking about the people who are on the upper path, meaning the people who don't have to go through the descending passage, or they see that it's there, they go through the well shaft, they climb their way up to the top, and they go through this ascension course. As for the initiates of the upper path, rebirth during the present era is foreseen as reincarnation, is foreseen as an essential preliminary to their entry into the final age of rebirth into the spirit planes, destined to lead ultimately to union with the divine. Indeed, the Christos itself, he believes the Messiah, will also reincarnate during this preliminary period in order that with the aid of the returned initiates, as many as possible may be guided from the lower paths to join the ranks of the chosen. Well, he's using Christian language there. These efforts will be aided, if not precipitated, by a period of terrible physical upheaval starting in 1914, World War I, and reaching its peak in AD 2004, which is really 2001, 9/11. These are all the wars, okay? All people, including those who are enlightened, will have to undergo this period of ordeal, but it is those who place the greatest value on physical things who inevitably will be suffering the most acutely from this, and that definitely is true. The economy is all screwed up once again thanks to this shutdown. By many, however, the need for a complete reorientation of values will be seen and fully acted upon, and a civilization of extraordinary vigor and achievement will ensue. That is the fourth density shift, and we are definitely not there yet. A small minority of people will nonetheless persist right to the end in their rejection of anything resembling true enlightenment, and for them a path of non-escape is projected by the pyramid's designer, possibly leading to experience a further cycle of physical existence. So, what he's talking about is that if you don't leave the subterranean chamber, it just dead ends. And that just indicates probably people being moved to the other planet after this shift has taken place. You don't stay here, you get moved somewhere else. Only the initiate can understand this. Now's a great time for me to drink a little bit of water, because I've been talking a long time. It's 4 o'clock already. All right, so now we're going to talk about how the year 2012 directly appears in the timeline as the first harbinger of the Messiah, the first big indication that something's going to go down. Of course, this is the Mayan calendar end date. This is the exact part of the book where he shows that that's what's going to happen. So, he says, even sticking to the great step scale change suggested above, however, it might still be argued that the scale of 1 inch per year should apply throughout the King's Chamber passage and right in the King's Chamber, since no actual step has intervened. He says this would not be in accordance with the code as postulated. Indeed, it seems to fly in the face of both the obvious symbolism of the 5 royal cubit long granite floor in the inner chamber and of the 10 royal cubit or 1,000 year width of the King's Chamber, because he thinks it's going to be lasting for 1,000 years, it says in the Bible. Okay, but nonetheless, if you apply this thesis and you don't change 1 inch equals 1 year, the first Messianic Advent is AD 2012, the second is 2030, the third is 2037 or 2057, and the fourth is 2084. But in this case, it seems fairly obvious that the dates are too close together to make any sense. Well, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the idea that the dates are too close together. He just can't understand how all these amazing, transformative, groundbreaking, messianic things would be happening. But here's the deal. If we go back to these other slots, let's go back to the, I'm going to go back several slides now to the shape of this. Okay, so now here we are with the granite leaf. So notice now that what we've seen is that the boss, where it says boss, where this actual shape appears, at the beginning 1 inch away from the granite leaf, that is the year 2012, okay? The rest of the granite leaf appears in the year 2013. Now this is very interesting because 2013 is when all the Snowden stuff came out. So that's when the bulk of the first piece of toast, as it's getting toasted, as the bread is turned into toast by the granite, by the spiritualizing energy, and it's again symbolizing a wave. 2012 is where the first part happens, and then 2013 is where the rest of the slab kicks in. 2013 is when all of this great stuff takes place, with Snowden giving us the truth about mass surveillance, that nobody can deny that anymore. And that has really amped up the spiritual energy. Now, the next thing that we get, going back to the slide real quick, you have to move through all that stuff, you have to move through all this energy, which again, the world hits rock bottom, and it stays at rock bottom. The next thing that we have is where the second groove starts. And the second groove, based on that excerpt that I just showed you, begins at AD 2030. Now, there's no physical toast left. There's no physical bread left. These little slabs are supposed to indicate toast, and the slots are like a 4-slot toaster. The second piece of toast doesn't appear, and that might be because, again, that's the year of the solar flash. 2030 is when the second slot appears, and 2029 is when you hit the middle of the pit of hell. 2029, 2030, there's a 1-year slippage, but that does appear to be the prophecy of the solar flash. Now, why do I say that? First of all, each of these 4 slots represents some kind of similarity because they're built to hold these stones, and the stones are apparently supposed to be similar to each other because there's 4 slots for 4 stones. So whatever is on the first stone should be an indication of where the second stone is going to take us. So we remember again, going back to the slides now, the first stone, we have the boss, and we have this wave of spiritual energy that is actually in the shape of a wave. We see that that is when the 2013 begins. The 2013 year begins as the rest of the stone hits. This wave of spiritual energy kicks in. The boss is a symbol of the coming of the Messiah, the rising of the sun, the rainbow, all this stuff, the stylized rainbow and sunrise. And again, we had the pregnant mother's stomach there and the air shaft showing humanity is being reborn. And of course, there's the open sarcophagus in the king's chamber, which represents the ascension, the light body activation, which is not based in time. The stylized rainbow and sunrise, the Egyptian hieroglyphic symbol for bread. It is a piece of toast, I feel. And again, Le Mesurier messes with the dating to give us this, which I don't agree is the accurate dating. It's moving too fast. But then when we go to this piece here, this is when he says that if you do not change the 1 inch equals 1 year, the second messianic advent is at 2030. So I believe that's the first solar flash. And the reason why you don't get a piece of toast is that we're not going to be here anymore in physical form. We are now that being that is in the sarcophagus with the open lid. We're not going to be here in physical form anymore. We're going to be transformed into something more elaborate, something more wonderful. And again, going back to the slide now, what he's done here is he's actually graphed out, and this is pretty arbitrary, but he's looking at the years, and he's looking at the different passageways and what the prophecies are, and he's trying to chart the progress of humanity depending upon which way things are going. So you have the descending passage at the bottom, the ascending passage at the top. But again, a lot of this is off because of the dating systems and stuff, so we don't really want to spend too much time on this. But again, once more, 2029 and 30 appears in both chambers. It says 2032, but you shave off 3, that's 2029. And then here, the second slot is at 2030, which again is described in this passage right here. So there's a lot of buildup about this whole solar flash and what's going to happen here. And so because the law of one, in the law of one, they do take credit for this ascension prophecy, and they take credit for building the Great Pyramid. I want to go into more of what the law of one has to say about the pyramid. So just give me 1 second here. We're going to go to the slides once more because I'm going to jump ahead. I never really know how much time it's going to take me to get through various things. So I'm going to give you some really cool passages here from the Law of One while we have the chance. Because this really factors it in. In other words, let's look at it this way, right? The Great Pyramid doesn't give us a whole lot of specific information. It gives us specific dates in the timeline. We have the capstone going back on to the top of the pyramid, indicating that it goes from 6 sides to 5 sides. This is the grand perfection, the grand completion of humanity, okay? And we become ascended if we're ready for it, but the key is being a loving person and having that open heart and that heart-centered perspective, which really we need more of in the world. We don't have enough of that at all. And so as this new energy rises, the negative becomes more visible. This is one of the interesting things they talk about in the Law of One, that as the fourth density energy increases, so does the negativity increase. It becomes more visible, it becomes more obvious. And now that we've had this global shutdown, they're trying to make everybody afraid of a virus that only really seems to be hurting people who are over the age of 70 and already in deep trouble or have, deathly illness anyway. Most other people are, if they get sick at all, they're certainly not going to die from it. And yet, we're being told, oh, we got to kill off the whole world, kill off the economy. We might not ever be able to rebuild this. This is an incredibly haphazard, foolhardy idea, because how do we know if the world's ever going to come back? How do we know if the economy is ever going to be rebooted? And yet, even in the worst case scenario, we're only going to get 1% of the population dying from this, whereas killing the economy, stopping people's food, stopping people being able to work, the deaths from suicide, the deaths from potential starvation, the deaths from potential economic collapse are way, way, way higher than 1%. But the media will not let you talk about it. You have to do it independently. The corporate mainstream media is giving you all this crazy stuff, so the pandemic shutdown is a global event that really makes the negativity more obvious than ever. But as we saw, there's a possibility of this downward decline starting to shift around 2022. So hopefully the world will be rebounding to some degree around that time, thanks to the efforts of the Alliance, thanks to all the things that we're hoping are going to be visible by then. So if the pyramid is an ascension prophecy, remember, it shows you the 25,000-year cycle in diagonals. That's 25,826.4 pyramid inches from C to A along that edge, the diagonal edge. The pyramid is built to be a prophecy of ascension, and it's saying that Jesus came in here to show us what that means. The Shroud of Turin appears to have a holographic image of Jesus' body burned into the shroud, and the body appears to be levitating because there's no pressure on the buttocks, as one example. So there's a levitating body that gives off this photographic negative image of the face of Jesus. I'll bring in some of those images next week. I don't have it in this slideshow right now. But, and we do still have the Q&A coming up on Wednesday. And most likely I'm going to run the final show the Wednesday after that. It'll give me a week to see how things progress in the world, because I know that you probably want me to stay with you through this whole process, because a lot of really cool stuff is happening, and I got to tweak the time so that we can talk about the cool things that are going on as they happen, because I think that'll be a week and a half should be enough time for some new developments in the storyline. And then we're going to have interviews that'll come out after that as well. So this is not just going to end, and if you're on the payment plan, we really hope that you will, continue supporting us and not just try to cancel it or something. And again, I don't think anybody's going to do that, because we're giving you so much material here, and I'm really appreciative for your support. So if we acknowledge the idea that the pyramid is claimed by the source of the Law of One, that they built it, okay? They built the pyramid, and the pyramid has all these weird encrypted messages about ascension. Let's actually go into the Law of One now and see what are the prophecies of ascension that the Law of One gives us. What do they actually say about this event that they call harvest? So I'm going to go through some of these Law of One harvest quotes to round out this week, and then we're going to have our meditation, because this is really, really interesting. So let's dig into some of these Law of One quotes now. So first of all, this is session 1, question 9, right at the beginning when the contact had just started and Jim McCarthy shows up with groceries in a grocery bag in his hand, not even knowing what's going on, and then he walks in on Carla being in trance and Don Elkin's asking questions. One of the first things that he asked, question 9, is he's expecting some sort of major earth changes on the planet. Now you got to remember, as I told you in previous modules, the law of one contact was made possible by the Brown Notebook. Carla and Don were reading the channeling from the Brown Notebook, and it attuned them first to these two entities that were speaking the Brown Notebook, Haton and Latwi. Apparently Haton and Latwi made contact with them telepathically, and then from there it led to the law of one beginning in 1981 when Jim McCarthy moved in. So Haton and Latwi were the original contacts that Carla and Don were both getting telepathic access to, and in the original Brown Notebook and other sources it says that there's going to be a big event where the whole solar system changes, where the planets' orbits change, where all life on Earth cannot survive unless it transforms into this higher frequency, this higher level of vibration. So Don is looking at the idea that this is like the Edgar Cayce prophecy of a pole shift, and he believes this and he's expecting this. So he's expecting right off the bat that the law of one source is going to give him all this information that's doom and gloom. So he asks this question, can you say anything about the coming planetary changes? The answer was, the changes are very, very trivial. We do not concern ourselves with the conditions which bring about harvest. And this is the first time they use the word harvest. And again, the word harvest is a food metaphor. If you're growing a lot of food, if you're growing wheat that you're going to use for making bread, just like all the bread metaphors that we see in the pyramid timeline, including the toaster. They actually show you the 4-slot toaster with a slice of bread in it. This is a symbol of the awakening, the harvest, taking all the crops down at the end of the cycle. It's the book of Matthew has the metaphor where the wheat and the weeds are allowed to grow together until the end of the cycle, and then the weeds will be plucked one by one and burned, put into a bundle and burned. And then the righteous shall now shine like the sun. So this is talking about the activation of the light body. It's right there in the Bible. And again, all you have to do is be a nice person every day as you're going through your life. The choices that you make of how you're going to treat people, your attitude, your actions, all these things directly impact how you're going to go through this process, the way that you go through this process. It's all there in the symbolism of the harvest, that some people are going to be transformed and other people are going to be plucked out one by one, the negative, evil people. So this is the first time they use the word harvest, which again leads you directly back to the book of Matthew. It's all these veiled references that they make in the law of one to Christianity without being specific. But notice they say it's very, very trivial. They're not interested in talking about the earth changes, and the reason why is they've got the whole thing nailed down. Everybody gets moved to another planet except for the most evil people, who are the only ones who are going to stay here and actually see the earth changes happen, see the big tsunami, where you might be in a building and you feel the entire building suddenly get up and tip over sideways, and now you're falling onto the wall that was on the side of you, but now it's the floor. And then comes the rocks and all that stuff, and the tsunami, and whatever the heck it is. I mean, it's a catastrophic event if you were here on Earth. So he's all worried about that, but they're saying, don't even worry about it. We're not even concerned about that, because if you're ascending, you're not going to go through it. And if you're a good person or even a fair person, we're just going to take you away and drop you off on another planet. They gave us all that in the Cosmic Voyage stuff from Dr. Courtney Brown. It's all very interesting. Now, Carla actually suppressed some of the material in the Law of One, did not publish it, and it was only in Toby Wheelock's re-listening project, where he went back to the original tapes, that let's go back to the slide, to me. Toby Wheelock, I couldn't believe it. Okay, this really actually made me angry, because I remember being at L&L and talking to Carla and finding out that, Carla has actually taken out, let's go over to this camera. Carla has taken out some of the passages of the Law of One, even though they said in Book 5 they had given you all the rest, they really didn't. And I said, well, Carla, like, how is anybody supposed to find this material if you've censored it out of the Law of One? She said, well, I've left it as a mystery, and it's a mystery that can be solved, and so if somebody writes in and correctly reveals what the mystery is, I will give them the answer and I will send them the passages. But apparently nobody ever solved the mystery, quote unquote, right? I'm like, well, Carla, are you going to tell me what it is? She's like, well, if you solve the mystery, I'll tell you. I'm like, Carla, that could be anything. I have no idea what the mystery is. She wouldn't give it to me. But her voice had spoken the words. So when Toby Wheelock went through and played back the original tapes, okay, he actually was able to transcribe the part that Carla had taken out. Now, Carla had what I would call the gradualist view of Ascension. She believed nothing big was going to happen, that we're just going to gradually keep going through this thing. Nothing goes on for very long. I said, Carla, there's a lot of stuff in the Law of One. It talks about a 21 degree, 22 degree pole shift. We'll see that in a minute. It talks about major catastrophic activity on the surface of the Earth. A quantum leap, you know. And then I find out, sure enough, hold on, I dropped my thing for what, the 5th time now? It's so unprofessional. He's dying on stage, he's dying. Now, thankfully, to Toby Wheelock, we've been able to go back into the Law of One and figure out what did Carla remove that you can't read in any of the printed books. You can only read it on lawofone.info, lawofone.info. Or if you happen to be subscribed to this and you're going to watch this, what I'm about to tell you. So very few people have seen this because you have to actually go through the website to see it, and it is suppressed out of the books. But this is the part that she took out, okay? It's kind of amazing, but she didn't want to promote this because I guess she thought it created fear. But here we go. I was wondering about the advent of the civilization called Atlantis and Lemuria, and the answer, now some of this is in the Law of One, but then there's pieces that are missing, so I'm going to build up to that. The civilizations of Atlantis and Lemuria were not one, but two. Let us first look at the Mu entities. These were beings of a somewhat primitive nature, but those who had very advanced spiritual distortions. So this is talking about the people in the Pacific, the Polynesian Islands. You can look at the work of Thor Heyerdahl and how he shows all these symbols on all these different islands that are isolated from each other in the Pacific, and they all use the same symbols, and they're connected to Egypt, and they're connected to some other things. That's Lemuria, okay? So Law of One says the civilization was part of this cycle, experienced early within the cycle at a time of approximately 53,000 of your years ago. So they were somewhat primitive, but very, very spiritually advanced. Now look at this. It was a helpful and harmless place. This is the part Carla didn't want you to see, and what comes after this. It was a helpful and harmless place which was washed beneath the ocean during a readjustment of your sphere's tectonic plates through no action of their own. They set out those who survived and reached many places in what you call Russia, North America, and South America. The Indians, of whom you have come to feel some sympathy in your social complex distortions, are the descendants of these entities. So what they're saying is there was an original civilization in the Pacific Ocean, and it sank, and a lot of the land was reduced in height. And these people, some of them survived, and they went to Russia, North America, South America. Now, here's the thing, though. The Law of One in other places makes it very clear that if you go through this experience and you are not a bad person, that they will rescue you. You might be brought back to the earth later on, but you don't actually go through the shift. So notice what it says at the beginning. It was a helpful and harmless place that was washed beneath the ocean through a readjustment of your sphere's tectonic plates through no action of their own. So they did not do anything bad. The Lemurians were not bad people. They weren't Ascension compatible either, apparently, but they weren't bad people. They didn't deserve this. So they obviously got into this interstellar rescue plan, and they were removed. But again, what does it say? It says at the end of the cycle, they got washed beneath the ocean. So they're saying that at the end of the 25,000-year cycle, of which this one 50,000 years ago is one of them, right? Because 25,000 years ago, 50,000 years ago, 75,000 years ago, these are the three periods we got to look at. So they're saying this is a natural event. It's natural that the Earth will move through no effect other than what happens here. But remember, we also have talked about in one of my latest YouTube broadcasts that the Law of One also says that some people will be able to go through the shift. The whole planet actually could go through the shift with no Earth changes if we're all nice. Is it possible that that could actually happen? Yes, it is possible. They say that it's possible. It's not probable, but it is ever possible. So with the possibility of these new things happening, of the mass arrests and the global economic reset that everybody in the world knows about the cabal now, we actually have the possibility to cancel this. But unless enough people on Earth are positive, there's going to be a natural polar shift, a natural realignment. Let's keep reading. Just to quickly refresh my mind, how many years ago did Lemuria suffer its catastrophe? And they said this was approximately 50,000 of your years ago. We now know it's a pole shift. It's right on time. The origins being approximately 53,000 of your years ago. The damage being completed in that last small cycle of the first master cycle. Now, what is Lemuria? Okay, the material that we got from Corey Goode from the Secret Space Program said that it was 55,000 years ago that the most recent Atlantean crash landing on Antarctica took place. That's when that mothership crashed, 55,000 years ago. So it's very interesting that that's an approximation based on their calculating methods, only 2 years off from when the Law of One says that there were problems, the origins of the catastrophe, the things that led to the catastrophe were 53,000 years ago. So this is that Luciferian fall, that Lucifer being an actual extraterrestrial who fell to Earth and started off this whole thing of the mothership and it being reverse engineered and then them cloning themselves with elongated skulls with human DNA from Earth, farming out those clones with people with elongated skulls who then became the original ancient bloodline of the Illuminati. Okay, this all is what led to the fall of Lemuria, which also destroyed the whole Sahara Desert. There was a huge civilization at that time. The intel tells us that it was a huge civilization, and the whole northern third of Africa is all desert now because it got completely wiped out when this happened. And they actually had very advanced technology, whereas the people of Lemuria did not. They were spiritually advanced, but not technologically advanced. The northern third of Africa, they don't talk about that in Law of One, but other intel has now filled in those cracks. Okay, so 2124 says, those who escaped the destruction of Lemuria by natural catastrophe and were thus of Lemurian background continued their learned teachings, which just means, teachings, because they say learning and teaching are one and the same, at locations ranging from your South America onward through the Americas as you know them, and continuing over what was at that time a bridge of land that no longer exists. That goes between Russia and America. Yeah, the Aleutians. So, this is another thing that Carla, once we have the pieces that she took out, it all makes sense now, where it says in 2127, did the ending of this first major cycle, because remember it starts 75,000 years ago, so the first cycle ends at 50,000 years ago. Did the ending of this first major cycle have something to do with the destruction of Lemuria, or did the destruction just happen to occur at the end of that cycle? And then they say there is a confluence of energies at the ending of a major cycle, and this occurred what was already an inevitable adjustment in the movement of the surfaces of your planetary sphere. So, right here, they're saying the planet must move, it's inevitable. But if the Earth, as it says later on, the Law of One, has to shift by 21 degrees on its axis, that could happen slowly. It doesn't necessarily mean it's catastrophic. The sun will be in a different place, rotational north will be different, and in fact, apparently the Cabal folks have already anticipated this, which is why, for example, Great Britain owns all of this area of Canada. A lot of the stuff in Canada right now, that's all frozen over and BS land of no good to anybody, that's going to become great land in the future. So there's a lot of, even all the way up to maybe like the Northwest Territory actually could become more habitable. But certainly the four major provinces of Canada, Saskatchewan, Alberta, et cetera, all of those areas, you know, because most of the 90% of the Canadian population is only 200 miles above the US border, right? Because it's really freaking cold. It's not going to be that cold when the Earth does its 20-degree axis shift. And so if you look at NAFTA, the globalists built this huge highway that just goes right up into the middle of all that stuff and doesn't go anywhere. That's because they're anticipating that's going to become better land in the future, and they're already building the infrastructure for that because they've seen it in their time viewing technology, that kind of thing. So this is 2127 is a very important law of one quote, because it says there is a confluence of energies at the end of a cycle that will create an inevitable adjustment in the surface of the planet. This is what happened to Lemuria. They all sank through no fault of their own. Now look at this. This is another big thing. Session 2, question 6. The proper alignment, this is when they had Carla lying down and they were aligning her head. They said the proper alignment is the head pointed 20 degrees north by northeast. This is the direction from which the newer or new age distortions of love light, which are less distorted, are emanating from, and this instrument will find comfort therein. That is actually what they're talking about, and they explain this more later. This is the new north rotational axis of the Earth, 20 degrees off, 20 degrees north by northeast. This is where the new energy, fourth density energy, is coming from on the Earth. So if you want to do the best meditation, you lie down with your head pointed 20 degrees off from north towards the east. Then he said in 5923, which is better, to align with magnetic north or to align with 20 degrees east of magnetic north? And they said, this is at your discretion. The proper alignment for your sphere at this time is magnetic north. But that's going to change because magnetic north will shift, as they explain. However, in your question, you asked specifically about a structure that has been used by specific entities whose energy vortices are more constant with the, shall we say, true color green orientation. This would be 20 degrees east of north. This is the new axis. There are advantages to each orientation. The effect is stronger at magnetic north and can be felt more clearly. Now look at this. This is really important. The energy, though weak, coming from the now distant but soon to be paramount direction is more helpful. The paramount direction, now distant but soon to be paramount, this means it's the new north rotational axis. It's the paramount axis. It's the North Pole. The Earth has to shift on its axis. Then 5924, he comes right out with it. When the planetary axis realigns, will it realign 20 degrees east of north to conform to the green vibration? And they say there is every indication that this will occur. That is the pole shift prophecy right in the Law of One. There it is. We cannot speak of certainties, but are aware that the grosser or less dense materials will be pulled into conformation with the denser and lighter energies which give your logos its proceedings through the realms of experience. And then, you know, he said here, is there a harvest of entities oriented towards service to self like there is a harvest oriented towards service to others? And they say there is only one harvest. Everybody goes through this. Those who are able to enter fourth density through vibrational complex levels may choose the manner of their further seeking of the one creator. So if there's only one harvest, that means the same sequence of events takes place on Earth. If you're a negative, you actually go through the catastrophe. If you're neutral, you don't. And if you're a positive, you ascend and you get to stay with the Earth. So then he says here, 1612, as we enter the fourth density, there will be a split, shall we say. Part of the individuals who go into fourth density will go into planets or places where there is service to others, and the other part will go into places where there is service to self. Is this correct? And Ra says, yes, this is correct. So some people stay with the Earth, and some people leave. And it's all one harvest. The negative harvest is one of intense disharmony, and the planet will express this. And remember, they said there's only one harvest, so everybody goes through this, And if you're negative, you get to stay here on Earth and go through what they call intense disharmony, which means seeing the pole shift, living through it, going into Mad Max. The vibrations from third to fourth density change on a negatively oriented planet precisely as they do on a positively oriented planet, and with fourth density negative comes many of the abilities and possibilities of which you're familiar, because they also get telekinesis and stuff too. It's just very nasty. The fourth density is more dense, and it is far more difficult to hide the true vibrations of your mind-body-spirit complex. This enables fourth density negatives as well as positives the chance to form social memory complexes. It enables negatively oriented entities the opportunity for a different set of parameters that allows them to show their power over others and to be more of service to self. But the conditions are the same as far as the vibrations are concerned. Now, this is another really important thing. As the fourth density occurs, there is a new planet and a new physical body that gradually expresses itself, and the parameters of bellicose, meaning evil actions, become those of thought rather than manifested weapons. You're now fighting with thought forms rather than physical weapons. And they talk again here about this three-way split. Now at present we have in third density incarnation on this plane those third density entities of Earth who have been here for some number of incarnations and will graduate in the three-way split. This is either positive polarity remaining for fourth density experience on this plane, negative harvestable going to another planet, so they're not going to be able to stay on Earth, and the rest who are unharvestable third density going to another third density planet. Well, this is exactly what they said. They move them to another third density planet through an ethical means. And then in the 1950s channeling and in the Cosmic Voyage, Dr. Courtney Brown stuff, we get to see these people being dropped off apparently at Alpha Centauri, the nearest planet nearby. In addition to these entities, I'm assuming we have here already some entities harvestable from other third density planets who have come here and incarnated in third density form to make the transition with this planet into fourth density, plus wanderers. Is this correct? And they say this is correct, except we may note a small point. The positively oriented harvested entities will remain in this planetary influence, but not upon this plane. So we literally, if you ascend, if you stay with the Earth, you go into fourth density positive. And they also make it clear it doesn't matter whether you are alive in a physical body on Earth or whether you are in the afterlife. You still ascend in the afterlife, and whether you are in the afterlife or in physical body, you come back. If you're going to stay with the Earth and you're going to be part of the fourth density, you come back to the Earth and you have a new body. So that's all part of the fourth density shift. So again, here's a couple other quotes, and then we're going to do our meditation. So the meditation is going to start very much imminently. It is misleading to speak of gains and losses when dealing with the subject of the cycle ending and the green ray cycle beginning on your sphere. It is to be kept in the forefront of the faculties of intelligence that there is one creation in which there is no loss. Nobody is lost. There are progressive cycles for experiential use by entities. We may now address your question. As the green ray cycle, or the density of love and understanding, begins to take shape, the yellow ray plane, or Earth, which you now enjoy in your dance, will cease to be inhabited. This is where it gets really specific, right? Look at this. The Earth will cease to be inhabited for some period of your space-time, as the space-time necessary for fourth density entities to learn their ability to shield their density from that of the third is learned. After this period, there will come a time when third density may again cycle on the yellow ray sphere. And we got Elizabeth's coming down for the bulls. Okay, great. So we'll do that momentarily. So again, it's interesting because what they're saying is there's not going to be anybody on Earth who is actually in third density when this happens. And they talk about that again. It will cease to be inhabited for some period of your space-time, which again could be a lot. And I'll show you what I think it is in just a second here. Meanwhile, they say there is another sphere congruent to a great extent with yellow ray forming. Congruent to a great extent with yellow ray means it's very similar to the way the Earth is now, even though it is a different plane of existence. It's not the same as physical Earth, and you can live in your ascended body on this plane even as the physical Earth in third density is not habitable for third density bodies. The fourth density Earth is going to be just fine. That's apparently what happens. We'll be fine, but you couldn't live here in physical bodies, as we've said before in the Law of One. The fourth density sphere coexists with the first, second, and third. It is a denser nature due to the rotational core atomic aspects of its material. The actual density of everything, all the matter, and of your body and your soul is all denser. And we have already discussed this subject with you. This fourth density entities which incarnate at this space-time are fourth density in the view of experience, but are incarnating in less dense vehicles due to the desire to experience and aid in the birth of fourth density upon this plane. This is like people like Elizabeth who have telekinesis. They already have the fourth density body active, but they're in a 3D body. And it says here, you may note that fourth density entities have a great abundance of compassion. So, now he says here, I'd like to make a point clear now that I'm sure of myself. People of this planet who follow any religion or no religion at all, this is very important, any religion or no religion at all, or having no intellectual knowledge of the Law of One or anything at all, can still make the ascension and be harvested into the fourth density if they are of that vibration. Is this not correct? And Ross says yes. So right there, they have perforated the bubble of religious superiority. They're saying you do not have to follow a religion. You do not have to practice anything. We do not have a cult. I don't want to have a cult. You don't have to listen to what I'm saying to ascend. You don't have to listen to these teachings. All you have to do is be nice. You don't have to worship Jesus. You don't have to be a Buddhist. You don't have to be a Illuminatus or any of these other things. All you have to do is be nice and you're going to make it. So that is very clearly spelled out in the Law of One. Then it says, however, you will find few who are harvestable whose radiance does not cause others to be aware of what they may call your spirituality, this quality of the mind-body-spirit complex. Thus, it is not particularly probable that an entity would be completely unknown to his or her immediate acquaintances as an unusually radiant personality, even if this individual was not caught up in any of the distortions of your so-called religious systems. Okay, are you ready, sweetheart?
Yeah.
All right. So let's get this all set up now because we're at that point. It's 4:40 p.m. So I want you to, or you have an announcement before we play some bowls? It looks like you do.
Yeah, I do.
All right,
Yeah.
we're going to that camera.
This one
So,
here. All right. Hello, everybody. That was a lot. That was exciting. I was glued to it.
really?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
I never talked to you about this stuff before, did I?
No, you don't talk to me about everything.
Not everything.
I just wanted to let you know I just spent all day working on my latest charity video for the featured charities, and it's on elephants. So really in honor of Mother's Day because David's mother loves elephants.
More than anything. I mean, if you want to make my mom happy, just buy her anything that has to do with an elephant. And my brother actually got a huge elephant tattooed all over his back. The face of an elephant is literally his whole back because of Mom's addiction to elephants.
So I just spent all day. I just got it up there. So now it's in there in the featured charity section. And it's elephants now. It's a friend of mine. His name is Philip. And this amazing man has really given everything to go save elephants in Sri Lanka. And it's really beautiful what he's doing. Really, the elephants have to live in harmony with people now. So he's really doing a lot with the people to educate about the elephants. So it's another labor of love, and there's lots of beautiful pictures of elephants. So I hope you go look at it and enjoy it.
All right. And, we are very appreciative of your help with these charities. It is a nice way to be of service to others, and it's surprising how even small amounts of money really do make a difference. It's not just random or that my mother loves elephants. We picked elephants because they are highly, highly, highly endangered due to ivory poaching. And another one that we're looking at right now and trying to find a good charity that we're going to hopefully talk about is pangolins. They're these little spiny creatures with scales that can roll up into a ball to defend themselves, and they are being poached like crazy and nobody pays attention to them. So we're hoping to find one of those as well. But that's the featured charity of the week.
Really, and it's just about raising raising our heart awareness, if you will, so that we have more compassion as human beings for the life forms on this planet, the animals and the creatures and the planet itself. So that's essentially what we're trying to do, and supporting people who are boots on the ground and doing that. So we're really enjoying it.
And do we have a website for the elephant charity?
It's elephantsnow.org. So elephantsplural.now.org. And you can see what they're doing, and you can watch the video that I just did.
All right, cool.
Yeah, so want to play some
Ready
bowls?
to play some bowls? Let's do it. We covered a lot of material this week, so I want to make sure that, let's see how that looks. Let's just open up the space with the bowls. You guys know to close your eyes, both feet flat on the floor, and start following your breath. It's so easy to forget about your breathing. It's so easy to breathe with the vestigial and innate autonomic systems of the body and not actually think about your breathing. Spending time now actually focusing on consciously breathing, consciously tuning into the breath. And allowing yourself to become more and more and more relaxed. Going deeper and deeper and even deeper still into the peace, into the silence, and into the glory of the present moment. Just letting yourself ease into that space of deep, deep relaxation. Let your mind go to any part of your body that might have the least bit of stress or tension, and just let it go. Let the tension relax. Let your shoulders relax, let your neck relax, your back, your buttocks, your legs, your facial muscles, so deeply relaxed. And I invite you to visualize the Great Pyramid as it was originally built, not in a desert, but in a forest. Normal forested land with green grass and trees. And the most beautiful, mirror-polished, perfectly sharp-edged, white limestone outer structure. Not a flaw. A totally extraterrestrial-looking object, located at the exact balancing point of the Earth's mass. The most amount of land north to south and the most amount of land east to west of any point on Earth. How was the pyramid built there when there's only a 1 in 3 billion chance that this location could be found by accident? It would need a technology of people who knew the whole Earth. just like making that pyramid inch exactly 1/500,000,000th of the polar diameter of the planet. Imagine now the timing of the aftermath of the Atlantean catastrophe, that the world had been through a great catastrophic shift, that the Earth's axis changed position, and Atlantis flooded and became Antarctica, where the ruins still exist to this day underneath the ice, waiting to be discovered. And imagine a group of survivors migrating to Egypt and building the Great Pyramid with the help of the source of the Law of One, which directly manifested as blue avian beings like Horus. In the Law of One, they say that they were visible from the waist up, not the waist down, and that they built the pyramid this way, which was very interesting for the people watching at the time. How this amazing monument was built apparently overnight by these beings that were interacting with them at this time. Becoming ever more deeply relaxed as we see how this pyramid proves that the source of the Law of One is outside of time. How were they able to predict so many historical events so accurately? The alignment of the Pleiades and the pole star, 2141 BC, counting 1 inch equals 1 year, giving us the Israeli Exodus, the birth, the travel in the desert, and the ascension of Jesus. The coming of the Gutenberg printing press in 1440 and the foundation of the Renaissance. Martin Luther's rebellion in 1521, leading to ordinary people being able to practice their own denominations of Christianity and read the Bible on their own. The invention of the telegraph in 1845, leading to global internet communication as we see it now, just like the printing press allowed for decentralized communication. World War I, World War II, Battle of Los Angeles, and even 9/11 and the 2007-2008 economic collapse, taking us straight through to the year 2012, showing us the same exact date appearing in an Egyptian pyramid that appeared at the end of the Mayan calendar. Is that a coincidence? Absolutely not. 2013, the Snowden revelations, beginning the toasting of the bread, where we're all having this energy make us realize the negativity that exists on earth, that we're all being spied on, and yet it's okay. The final gateway to the open sarcophagus, the final gateway to the activation of our light bodies, so that we skate through this transition with very little damage whatsoever, only an activation of who and what we really are. And the Law of One tells us that this is not to be concerned, that it is a very, very trivial change. We will get where we need to go. We will be okay. Nothing bad will happen to us, as long as we've bothered to help others and be a good person. And only the wickedest stay on earth through the intense disharmony of the physical changes, if they are even necessary to happen, which they may not be. Feeling an identification with that sense of fear What will happen to me at that moment when this is going to take place? What will it be like when I'm contacted by higher beings and I'm invited to go to higher planes of existence? Will I be ready? Right now, all that I ask is that you embrace yourself. With all of these things that I'm telling you, the only thing that really matters is to go deep within and to find a way to love yourself and to forgive yourself for anything and everything that you might have done to hurt yourself and to hurt others. As you learn to love, as you learn to see that others are the same as yourself, that you can gaze into the mirror and see the face of the Creator, gaze into the faces of others and see the face of the Creator as well. The melting influence of love is now directed back on you. There's no need to hold on to self-condemnation. There's no need to think that you are bad, or that you are dirty, or that you are impure, or that you are unclean, or unworthy, or lacking in any way. For in the greatest sense, you indeed are the light. You are the love. You are the one infinite Creator. This is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be, and nothing and no one can ever take that from you. By opening your heart to yourself, by embracing yourself, embracing this person in the mirror, give him a break. Give this person a break. And just let the love happen. And for any of those people who may have hurt you in the past, recognize their confusion. Recognize their lack of clarity. There's something much bigger going on here than they realize. The earth is a school, and there is a graduation, and it's coming a lot sooner than we think. There is a great reward for being a nice person, for working through whatever resistance points, traumas in your past, anger at people who hurt you. Now is a time to just cut those cords. Cut the cords to the anger. Cut the cords to the trauma. Your past does not define you. Who you are today is brand new. And today is a very special day in your life. Today is the day you learned that the Great Pyramid is sitting there with a full-on prophecy of ascension. And if it got so many dates in history correct up until now, why would it all of a sudden be wrong about the ascension prophecy? The whole reason it was built, the returning of the capstone, the open sarcophagus, the star shafts, taking us to other worlds, the transfiguration of the human body and the world, symbolized by that sphere in the antechamber of 365.242 inches, pyramid inches, just like the number of days in the year. You are here now. You are a being of infinite worth and infinite majesty. And just for a moment, give yourself that love. Let yourself be okay regardless of all those things that you think are not good enough about you, whether it's your age or your appearance or your weight or your height. Whatever it may be, just let it all go and recognize that you are a perfect being, a perfect hologram of the one infinite Creator. And the more clearly you see that, the more easily and effortlessly you radiate that understanding to others. And may you be prepared to approach the throne of the divine and sign your name upon the everlasting skein of space and time, thus completing your obligations to third density and freeing you for work in the higher realms as time moves forward. We thank you for this energy that we've raised here, and we ask that this energy be redirected to to the healthcare workers, to the military, to all those in suffering and pain and hardship, and to the earth itself to ease its burden and its fear as we move through this ascension process. And then once again, redirect this energy to your friends, to your family members, to those you love. See them enshrouded in light. And then just give it back to yourself once more. And so it is. All right, now we're going to start to come back to the room. Wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. Promised Danny and I wouldn't go over 5 hours. It's 4:58 p.m., so I held up my end of the bargain. Well, I actually had tears in my eyes on that one, bringing up those self-forgiveness pieces and stuff. That actually, that got me. I got myself. That's pretty good. So anyway, this is it. This is David and Elizabeth, your ground crew, dream team, Starship Command. We got the boarding passes for the mothership. They only cost $100,000, and you can have one if you want. We'll sell it to you, you know. But no, we're not doing that. This is not a cult. It's so stupid. I can't believe these people are trying to do this to us. There's no dogma. There's no religion. There's no way to get in. So I don't know.
Unless you want to save the earth and animals.
Yeah, then maybe
it's a cult.
then you could do something fun with this. Anyway, this is David and Elizabeth. We got 1 minute to go before 5 o'clock, so we're out of here, everybody.
All right.
Thank you, and we will see you on Wednesday for your questions and answers, and we're going to go a lot more into dream analysis. I'm going to go over that again, and we're also, in the final module, going to go through all the processes of the dream voice, remote viewing, contacting your guides verbally, but I'm going to give you more stuff on the dream symbolism first. Anyway, thanks, everybody. This is David and Elizabeth Wilcock, and we will see you on Wednesday. Thanks for watching, and thanks for subscribing.